welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you enjoy relaxing with these videos, so I recommend turning down the volume until my voice is barely audible. It'll make the experience even more soothing. Before you close your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Thank you and enjoy listening. Story 1. My new house had a strange layout, twisting hallways, oddly placed doors, but nothing as strange as the staircase I found last night. It was behind an old bookshelf in the study, a narrow flight of wooden steps leading upward, but when I reached the top, my breath caught. There was no room, no ceiling, just a wall. The air smelled damp, thick with the scent of old wood and something faintly sweet, almost rot. And behind the wall, I heard footsteps. I placed my hand against the surface. Cold, solid plaster greeted my touch, yet the footsteps continued, deliberate and measured. I knocked 3 sharp raps and the footsteps stopped immediately. The silence that followed felt heavier than any sound. "Hello," I called, feeling foolish even as the word left my lips. No answer came, but a subtle vibration traveled through the wall into my fingertips. Not a sound, but a feeling as if something on the other side had pressed against the wall precisely where my hand rested. I yanked my hand back, heart hammering in my chest. That night I convinced myself it was just the settling of an old house, the natural creaks and groans of aged wood. Yet sleep evaded me as questions piled up in my mind. Why build a staircase to nowhere? What purpose could it serve? Morning brought a false sense of clarity. Under bright sunlight, the staircase looked almost normal, just an architectural oddity from a renovation gone wrong. I took pictures with my phone, documenting the strange dead end. When I reviewed the images, a chill ran down my spine. In every photo, a dark smudge appeared in a corner, like a shadow that shouldn't be there. I deleted the pictures, telling myself it was just a lens flare. The previous owners had left behind boxes of paperwork in the basement. I spent the day sifting through them, looking for blueprints or renovation notes, anything that might explain the staircase. Instead, I found a journal wedged between tax documents, its leather cover worn smooth with handling. The entries began normally enough: daily observations, minor complaints about contractors. Then, halfway through, the tone changed. The handwriting grew more frantic, less careful. "The noises won't stop. Something walks up there, pacing back and forth. My wife tells me I'm imagining things. Found another dead bird on the back porch today, 4th this week. Their necks all twisted the same way. The smell gets stronger when I climb those stairs. The wall at the top feels thinner every time I touch it." The final entry sent ice through my veins. It knows I'm listening. Now it's listening back. That night, drawn by curiosity stronger than fear, I returned to the staircase with a small hammer. The wall at the top looked ordinary white plaster, slightly yellowed with age. I tapped lightly, testing for hollow spots. The sound echoed strangely, seeming to continue longer than it should. On the 3rd tap, something tapped back. I froze, the hammer suspended in midair. The return knock had been deliberate, same rhythm, same force, not an echo, a response. My rational mind scrambled for explanations. Pipes, electrical issues, maybe even an animal trapped in the walls. I should call a contractor, have them open the wall professionally. But deep down, I knew better. The house was trying to show me something. Over the next few days, I documented everything. The temperature near the staircase dropped by several degrees compared to the rest of the house. My phone would drain completely when left nearby. At night, the wood of the steps would creak, one by one, from bottom to top, as if invisible feet were climbing. I began recording the sounds. When I played the recordings back, underneath the creaking steps, barely audible, was whispering. No distinct words, but the cadence of speech was unmistakable, urgent, insistent. I became obsessed with the wall. I pressed my ear against it for hours, listening. Sometimes there was nothing, sometimes footsteps. Sometimes the sound of something being dragged slowly across the floor, a floor that supposedly didn't exist. The journal entries haunted me. What had happened to the previous owner? The property records showed they had moved away suddenly, selling the house below market value. No forwarding address. I decided to test something. I brought a chair to the top of the stairs and sat with my back against the wall. "I can hear you," I said aloud, feeling ridiculous. "What do you want?" Silence answered me. Then, just as I was about to leave, the temperature plummeted. My breath clouded in front of my face. The wall behind me vibrated slightly, as if something massive had fallen against it from the other side. A single sharp crack appeared in the plaster, running from floor to ceiling. I scrambled down the stairs, heart racing. That night I slept in my car. When I returned in the morning, the crack had widened. Dark moisture seeped from it, leaving a stain that smelled sweet and metallic. I touched it cautiously. The liquid was warm and sticky on my fingers. I needed to know what was behind that wall. At the hardware store, I purchased a sledgehammer. This had gone beyond curiosity, it had become a compulsion. Whatever was behind that wall was calling to me, and I needed to answer. Back at the house, I climbed the stairs with purpose. The air grew colder with each step, my movements slower, as if I were walking through water instead of air. At the top, I positioned myself, sledgehammer raised. The first blow sent dust and plaster chips flying. The second revealed old wooden laths beneath. The third broke through entirely, creating a hole the size of my fist. Cold air rushed out, carrying that sickly sweet smell, now overwhelming. I shined my flashlight through the hole, but the beam seemed to disappear into perfect blackness. Not darkness, blackness, as if the light itself was being consumed. I widened the hole, breaking away chunks of plaster and wood. Eventually, the opening was large enough to step through. Beyond the wall lay another staircase, identical to the one I had climbed, but continuing upward into darkness. The wooden steps were worn in the middle, as if countless feet had traveled them over many years. Logic told me this was impossible. The house had no third floor. From outside, there was nothing above where I stood now, just the roof. Yet the stairs continued upward. I placed one foot on the first step. The wood groaned under my weight, but held firm. Another step, another. The darkness swallowed my flashlight beam after just a few feet, forcing me to navigate by touch, one hand against the wall, the other gripping the banister. The stairs kept going, far more than would be possible within the physical dimensions of my house. I counted 30 steps, 40, 50 still climbing. The air grew colder, heavier. My ears popped as if I were gaining altitude rapidly. Then abruptly the stairs ended. My foot found level ground. I swept my flashlight around, revealing a small room with bare wooden floors and peeling wallpaper. Empty, except for a single wooden chair in the center, facing away from me. And someone was sitting in it. A figure perfectly still, its outline blurred somehow, as if it existed partially in another place. I couldn't make out features, just a dark shape against darker shadows. Hello, my voice sounded muffled, as if the air itself was absorbing the sound. The figure didn't move, didn't respond. I took another step forward, flashlight trained on it. That's when I noticed the figure had no shadow. The beam of light passed through it as if it were made of smoke. I should have run. Any rational person would have fled back down those impossible stairs. Instead, I circled around to see the figure's face. There was none. Where a head should have been was just empty space, a void within the silhouette of a person. Yet somehow I felt it looking at me, studying me, recognition flowing between us. A harsh whisper filled the room, coming from everywhere and nowhere. You came. The voice was layered, multiple tones speaking simultaneously, some high, some low, all distorted. "What is this place?" I managed to ask. "Home," the voices whispered. "Your home, my home, our home." The figure stood suddenly, its movements jerky and unnatural. It extended what might have been an arm toward me. "We've been waiting. The others never came this far." My mind flashed to the journal entries, the previous owner who left in a hurry. How many others had found the staircase? How many had turned back? The figure moved closer, its form rippling like heat waves. "Now we can begin." "Begin what?" My voice cracked with fear. "The changing." The figure lunged forward, enveloping me in cold emptiness. I felt it pressing against me, then into me like ice water flowing through my veins. My skin crawled with the sensation of something foreign burrowing beneath it. I stumbled backward, falling against the wall. Where my hand touched the peeling wallpaper, the material seemed to stick to my skin, melding with it. I pulled away in horror, watching as strips of wallpaper remained attached to my palm, becoming indistinguishable from my own flesh. The room began to change. The walls pulsed inward and outward, breathing like a living thing. The chair where the figure had sat started to sink into the floor, the wood grain of both flowing together like liquid. And I was changing too. My reflection in the darkened window showed my features becoming less defined, edges blurring. My body felt less solid, more permeable. I ran back to the stairs, down into darkness, counting steps in reverse, desperate to find my way back to reality. The staircase seemed longer going down, winding in ways it hadn't before. Behind me, I heard the whispers growing louder, more numerous, as if a crowd was following. Finally, I burst through the hole in the wall, back into my house. I collapsed on the floor, gasping for air, normal air. When I looked back, the hole was gone, smooth, unbroken plaster where the damage had been. But the changes didn't stop. My house feels different now. Rooms seem larger when I'm not looking directly at them. Doorways lead to different places depending on the time of day. And the walls, they're always warm to the touch, pulsing gently like a heartbeat. I've started noticing things about myself too. My reflection sometimes moves a fraction of a second too late. Food has lost all taste, and when I sleep, I dream of that room at the top of the stairs, the empty chair waiting for me. Yesterday, I found a small crack in the wall of my bedroom. It wasn't there before. When I press my ear against it, I can hear whispers on the other side. They're calling my name, telling me to break through. The strangest part, I'm beginning to think they're right. This house is more than wood and plaster. It wants something from me, and in return, it's offering something greater, a transformation. I bought another sledgehammer today. Tonight, I'll make a new door. And this time, I don't think I'll be coming back. Story 2, I locked my bedroom door every night. I lived alone. But this morning, as I pulled back the covers, my breath hitched. A doll sat neatly on my pillow, porcelain, its dress faded, its painted lips curled into a small, unnatural smile. The scent of perfume lingered in the air, too strong, too fresh. My hands shook as I picked it up. It was warm. My rational mind scrambled for explanations. Had I bought it during one of my late-night online shopping sprees? Was it a forgotten gift? I examined the lock on my door untampered, secured just as I had left it the previous night. The windows remained shut, sealed against the autumn chill. "Where did you come from?" I whispered to the doll, feeling immediately foolish for addressing an inanimate object. Its glass eyes reflected nothing but my own confusion. I placed it on my dresser, facing away from my bed. Something about its gaze unsettled me deeply, like it could see into parts of myself I preferred to keep hidden. I tried to dismiss the unease crawling along my spine as I prepared for work, but my eyes kept darting back to confirm it hadn't moved. Work provided a welcome distraction. I mentioned the mysterious doll to a colleague during lunch. "Maybe you sleepwalk," she suggested with a shrug. "My brother once cooked an entire meal while completely asleep." The explanation seemed plausible enough, though I had no history of sleepwalking. Still, it was more comforting than the alternatives gathering in the darker corners of my mind. That night I took precautions. I placed my phone on record, setting it on my nightstand to capture any potential midnight wanderings. Additionally, I scattered a line of uncooked rice grains across my threshold, an old trick my grandmother had taught me to detect nocturnal movements. Most importantly, I locked the doll in my hallway closet, wrapped in a thick towel. Sleep came reluctantly, but eventually claimed me. Morning arrived with dreadful confirmation. The doll sat on my pillow again, its porcelain face inches from where mine had rested, that same unnatural smile frozen in place. The rice grains remained undisturbed at my door. My phone had recorded nothing but the sound of my own breathing and occasional rustling of sheets. The perfume scent hung heavier this morning, cloyingly sweet and suffocating. I noticed something else, a small, folded piece of yellowed paper tucked into the doll's collar. With trembling fingers, I extracted it. Written in faded ink were the words, "Emma misses you." My blood turned to ice. Emma was my childhood imaginary friend. No one knew about Emma. I had never told anyone, embarrassed by how long I had maintained the pretense of her existence well into my early teens, long after most children outgrow such fantasies. Emma had been my confidant, my protector against the monsters under my bed. I dropped the note as if it had burned me. This couldn't be happening. Imaginary friends weren't real. They couldn't return as porcelain dolls with knowing smiles. That day, my focus at work crumbled completely. I researched possible explanations, from elaborate pranks to carbon monoxide poisoning causing hallucinations. I even called my mother, carefully asking if she remembered any dolls from my childhood that resembled the one that had appeared. "You never liked dolls," she reminded me. "You preferred stuffed animals, said dolls watched you when you slept." I decided more drastic measures were necessary. That evening I drove far from home and disposed of the doll in a public trash bin. For good measure, I checked into a small motel for the night. The desk clerk barely looked up as I paid in cash, requesting a room on the ground floor. The motel room smelled of industrial cleaner and cigarettes. I double-checked the locks, then pushed a chair against the door handle. Sleep evaded me for hours before exhaustion finally won. I woke to warmth pressed against my chest. My arms had wrapped around something during the night. Even before opening my eyes, I knew what it was. The scent of perfume filled my nostrils. The doll stared up at me, cradled in my arms like a beloved child. I screamed then, flinging it across the room where it hit the wall with a dull thud, not the shattering crack I expected from porcelain. It landed face up, unbroken, that smile seemingly wider than before. Something dark and viscous leaked from its eyes. I fled the motel without checking out, driving aimlessly while panic clawed at my throat. Eventually, I pulled into a rest stop, trying to calm my racing thoughts. I needed a plan, something more permanent than disposal. At a nearby hardware store, I purchased a small safe, heavy and solid. Back home, I placed the doll inside, locked it, and buried the safe in my backyard under cover of dusk. I worked frantically, digging deeper than necessary, soil caking beneath my fingernails. When finished, I patted the earth flat and dragged a heavy stone bench over the spot. That night I didn't sleep. I sat upright in bed, lights blazing, a kitchen knife clutched in my hand. Dawn broke without incident. Cautiously hopeful, I inspected my pillow, empty. The familiar scent of perfume had faded. Perhaps the nightmare had ended. As days passed without the doll's reappearance, my vigilance slowly eased. I began sleeping again, though never deeply. The rice grains remained scattered across my threshold, undisturbed. I even ventured into my yard one afternoon, confirming the stone bench remained exactly where I had placed it, the earth beneath undisturbed. A week later, I received a package. No return address, just my name written in unfamiliar handwriting. Inside lay a child's drawing, crayon on yellowed paper. 2 stick figures holding hands, one tall, one small. Both had exaggerated smiles, curved upward at impossible angles. Written across the top in childish scrawl, Emma and me forever. The drawing wasn't mine. I had never drawn this. That night something woke me, not a sound, but rather the absence of sound, a pocket of silence so complete it felt physical. I opened my eyes to darkness. The smell of perfume filled the room. "I drew that for you," came a child's voice from the foot of my bed. "Don't you remember?" I couldn't move, couldn't scream. My body betrayed me, frozen in terror as a small weight settled onto the mattress, inching closer with deliberate slowness. "You buried me," the voice continued, hurt evident in its childish tone, "after you promised we'd be together always." A cold hand touched my ankle, small fingers wrapping around it with surprising strength. "I forgive you," the voice whispered, closer now, "but Emma doesn't." The tension broke. I lunged for the lamp, fingers fumbling against the switch. Light flooded the room, revealing nothing at the foot of my bed. The weight had vanished. The room stood empty. On my pillow lay the doll, its painted eyes now a different color, the exact shade of my own. Its dress was new, a perfect miniature of my favorite pajamas. Most disturbing of all, clutched in its tiny porcelain hand was a lock of hair. My hair. I no longer try to dispose of the doll. It sits on my dresser now, where I can see it, where it can see me. Sometimes I wake to find it in different positions, arms raised as if seeking an embrace, head tilted in curiosity, or worst of all, turned to face the wall, as if disappointed by what it witnesses. I've noticed changes in myself as well. My reflection sometimes moves a fraction too slowly. My voice occasionally sounds strange to my own ears, higher pitched and childlike. I find myself humming lullabies I've never learned. Last night I caught myself sleepwalking for the first time. I awoke standing before my bathroom mirror, hands pressed against the glass, whispering, "Emma misses you, but I'm here now." The reflection smiled back with my face, but not my smile. I think the doll is changing me, reclaiming what it believes I stole. Or perhaps I'm simply losing my grip on reality. Either possibility terrifies me. Sometimes I wonder if Emma was ever imaginary at all. Perhaps she was something else, something that waited patiently for me to grow up, to forget her, before deciding to return. Not as a childhood friend, but as something hungrier, something that needs more than just my belief to exist. The doll watches me write this, its smile knowing. My door remains locked every night. I still live alone. At least that's what I tell myself. Story 3. It stood at the edge of my backyard, twisted and gnarled, its roots breaking through the dirt like grasping fingers. I had never paid much attention to it. But lately, when the wind blew, I heard something beneath the rustling leaves, soft whispers, curling through the air like a secret being passed from branch to branch. The scent of damp moss filled my lungs as I stepped closer, pressing my hand against the bark. The whispering stopped, and then from deep inside the trunk, something knocked. I pulled my hand away, heart pounding against my ribs. The sound came again, a dull thud from within the wood, as if something were testing the boundaries of its prison. My rational mind insisted it was merely the wood contracting, a natural phenomenon, yet the rhythm felt deliberate, patient, waiting. That night I dreamed of roots growing beneath my bed, slithering across the floor like dark veins. I woke gasping, the sheets damp with sweat, my bedroom filled with the unmistakable scent of earth and decay. My windows were closed, the air conditioner hummed steadily. There was no explanation for that smell. I began keeping a journal. The knocking continued each day, always when I approached the tree, always stopping when I backed away. I recorded the pattern, sometimes 3 quick taps, sometimes a slow, methodical series that reminded me of code. In my notes, I sketched the tree, noticing how its shape seemed subtly different each time, branches reaching in new directions, the hollow at its base growing wider. "You need to cut it down," my neighbor said when she caught me standing before it, recording device in hand. "That thing was struck by lightning years ago. Dead trees are dangerous." But it wasn't dead. New leaves unfurled each morning, despite the autumn chill. The bark felt warm under my fingers, pulsing with an energy that made the hairs on my neck stand up. I installed a camera facing the tree. The footage showed nothing unusual during daylight hours, just branches swaying in the wind, shadows shifting as clouds passed overhead. But at night, the infrared revealed something strange. The air around the tree seemed to shimmer, pixels distorting in a way I couldn't explain. And the audio picked up what my ears could not, whispers, faint but unmistakable, in a language I didn't recognize. I began waking at night, drawn to my window by an inexplicable urgency. The tree stood illuminated by moonlight, its silhouette more human than plant. Sometimes I swore I saw it move, not swaying in wind but turning, as if to face my window directly. My dreams grew more vivid. In them I walked toward the tree, my feet sinking into soil that pulled me deeper with each step. The hollow opened before me, a mouth speaking words I almost understood. I would wake with dirt under my fingernails, though I had no memory of going outside. I tried burning a small branch I found on the ground. The wood wouldn't catch. Instead, it grew cold in the flames, frost forming along its edges despite the heat. When I dropped it in surprise, it left a mark on my palm, a pattern like interlocking circles that didn't fade for days. Rain fell for a week straight. The ground around the tree became saturated, turning to mud that bubbled with each footstep. I noticed something pale emerging from the earth's smooth white shapes I initially mistook for stones. I dug one up with a garden trowel, my stomach dropping when I realized what I held: a bone, small and curved like a finger. I called the police. They came, took statements, dug carefully around the tree. Animal bones, the officer concluded, holding up the fragments. Probably a fox or raccoon that died here. She seemed relieved, but I noticed how quickly they left, how the younger officer kept glancing back at the tree with undisguised discomfort. That night my power went out. I fumbled for candles in the darkness, freezing when I heard a new sound from outside, not knocking now, but a slow, deliberate scratching against my bedroom window. The candlelight revealed nothing there, but when morning came, I found marks in the glass, thin lines forming patterns like writing. I photographed the markings, sent them to a linguist friend who collected obscure alphabets. His response came quickly. "Where did you find this? These symbols resemble fragments of a pre-Celtic script, but arranged in a syntax I've never seen. The closest translation I can offer is growth through sacrifice, or possibly what feeds below awakens above." The roots began breaking through my yard in new places, cracking the concrete of my patio, emerging through the floor of my garden shed. I cut one with pruning shears. Clear liquid oozed from the severed end, not sap, but something thinner that smelled of copper and salt. That night, every drain in my house backed up, spilling the same fluid onto my floors. My sleep became fragmentary, interrupted by the sensation of something brushing against my face like fingertips, or perhaps the gentle touch of leaves. I would wake to find small twigs on my pillow, though my windows remained closed. I decided to confront it. Armed with a flashlight and audio recorder, I approached the tree at midnight. The whispering started immediately, louder than before, almost eager. The hollow at the base had widened enough that I could see inside a darkness deeper than night, with something moving within. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice steady despite my fear. The whispering stopped. A silence fell so complete I could hear my own heartbeat. Then the ground shifted beneath me, roots rising to wrap around my ankles with gentle persistence, not restraining me, guiding me forward. I should have been terrified, should have fought against this impossible thing. Instead, I felt a strange calm spreading through me as I stepped closer to the hollow. Inside, I saw reflections, moments from my life playing across the curved wood like memories projected on a screen, but altered, showing paths I hadn't taken, choices I'd avoided, versions of myself I might have become. Something emerged from the depths of the hollow, not a creature, but a tendril of pure darkness that reached for my outstretched hand. When it touched me, knowledge flooded my mind, images of roots spreading beneath houses, towns, stretching for miles in all directions, connecting everything to everything else through a network older than human memory. I understood then what the tree wanted, what it had always wanted since the lightning split it open and awakened what slept inside. It needed a voice, a witness, a keeper of forgotten knowledge. I pulled away, stumbling backward, breaking contact with the tendril. The roots retreated into the earth, the whispering faded. I ran inside, locking doors, closing blinds, attempting to shut out the revelation. But knowledge once gained cannot be unlearned. My dreams now show me the root network spreading, connecting to other trees, other hollows, other keepers. Sometimes I wake speaking words in that ancient language, my voice not entirely my own. The tree remains at the edge of my yard. I've stopped recording it, stopped documenting its changes. Instead, I listen. I learn. The knocking has ceased, replaced by a deeper communication that bypasses my ears entirely and speaks directly to my mind. Yesterday, I noticed my skin has begun to change, subtle patterns emerging on my forearms that resemble the grain of wood. My fingernails grow faster, curving slightly, hardening into something more like bark than keratin. I should be horrified, I should seek help. Instead, I find myself standing before the tree for hours, my feet sinking into the soil, feeling the strange comfort of roots encircling my ankles, anchoring me. The hollow waits, patient and knowing. Soon I think I will step inside fully, but not yet. For now I remain the witness, the bridge between worlds, watching as the roots spread beneath my neighborhood, connecting us all to something ancient and vast and hungry. And when the wind blows, I no longer just hear the whispers. I understand them. Story 4, I had lived in this neighborhood for years. I knew every house, every family. But today, as I walked past the last house on the street, I stopped cold. I had never seen it before. The porch was old, sagging, the windows dark and empty. My pulse quickened. The air smelled of wet earth and something metallic. I turned to my neighbor, my voice shaking. Who lives there? She frowned, glancing in the same direction. Where? She asked. I pointed directly at the structure. The weathered Victorian stood proudly against the backdrop of autumn trees, its paint peeling in long strips like shed skin. My neighbor's eyes followed my gesture, then slid past the house as if it were invisible. There's nothing there, she said firmly. Just the woods at the end of the street. Are you feeling all right? I nodded mechanically, suddenly uncertain. Had the house always been there? A chill crawled up my spine as I continued walking, stealing glances backward until the structure disappeared around the bend. That night I dreamed of the house. In my sleep I walked through its front door. The floorboards creaked beneath my feet, dust particles dancing in shafts of moonlight. Each room contained furniture draped in white sheets like sentinels frozen in time. I awoke with the taste of copper in my mouth. The next morning I took my camera and walked back to the end of the street. The house remained silent and watchful. I raised my camera and snapped several photos, the mechanical click echoing in the quiet street. When I returned home and uploaded the images to my computer, my stomach dropped. Each frame showed only trees, an empty lot where the house should have stood. I printed one photo and took a pencil, carefully tracing the outline of the house as I remembered it. The shape felt right beneath my fingertips, familiar somehow. I pinned the annotated photo to my wall, a testament to what my eyes had seen. Days passed. I began taking different routes on my walks, avoiding the end of the street. But the house pulled at my thoughts, a splinter in my mind I couldn't extract. Eventually, I surrendered to curiosity and returned. This time I approached the house directly, my heart pounding against my ribs. The front yard was overgrown with weeds that brushed against my legs. As I reached the steps of the porch, a low hum filled my ears, vibrating through my bones. The door, painted a faded red, stood slightly ajar. I pushed it open. Inside, the air hung thick and still. Dust motes swirled in the beams of light that breached the grime-covered windows. The wallpaper, once a vibrant pattern of birds and branches, now peeled away in curled strips. My footsteps echoed as I moved deeper into the house. In the living room, furniture sat arranged for guests who would never arrive. A book lay open on a side table, its pages yellow with age. I ran my finger along the words, leaving a clean trail in the dust. The text seemed to shift under my gaze, rearranging itself into messages I almost understood before dissolving back into nonsense. Upstairs, the bedrooms waited, each one a perfect tableau of abandonment. In one, a child's room stood frozen in time, toys scattered across the floor, a small bed with rumpled sheets as if its occupant had just stepped out. A music box on the dresser began to play when I entered, its tinkling melody distorted, too slow and deep. I found myself drawn to a mirror hanging on the wall, its silver surface tarnished around the edges. My reflection stared back, but something was wrong. It moved a fraction of a second after I did, its eyes holding mine with an intensity that wasn't mine. I raised my hand, my reflection raised its hand. I stepped back, it stepped back, but when I turned to leave, it remained facing me for a heartbeat too long before following my action. I fled the room, my breath coming in ragged gasps. At the end of the hallway, a door waited smaller than the others, its paint darker, almost black. It seemed to absorb the light around it. My hand reached for the knob without my conscious decision. It was cold to the touch, so cold it burned my skin. I turned it. The door opened onto darkness so complete it seemed solid. From within came the sound of breathing, not my own. Something whispered my name from the void, the voice familiar yet wrong, like hearing a loved one speak through damaged vocal cords. I slammed the door shut and ran, down the stairs, across the living room, toward the front door that now seemed miles away. The house had changed around me, the hallways stretching impossibly long, doorways appearing where none had been before. The humming grew louder, resolving into whispers that crawled inside my head. "Stay," they said, "you belong here. You've always belonged here." I burst through the front door into harsh sunlight that stung my eyes. Behind me, the house loomed silent once more, revealing nothing of what had transpired within. My neighbor stood on the sidewalk, staring at me with concern. "What were you doing in the woods?" she asked. I turned back. The house stood solid and real, its windows watching me like eyes. "You don't see it," I whispered. "How can you not see it?" She placed a hand on my arm, her touch grounding me to reality, or what should have been reality. "Maybe you should get some rest," she suggested gently. That night, I covered the mirrors in my apartment with sheets. I tried to document my experience, writing frantically in a notebook, but the words seemed to fade even as I wrote them, the ink growing fainter with each line. I drew maps of the house's interior from memory, creating a record that couldn't be denied or erased. Sleep evaded me. In the darkness, every creak and settling noise sounded like footsteps. The taste of copper returned to my mouth, stronger now. When I finally drifted off near dawn, the dreams came again. The house, the door, the darkness beyond. But this time I stepped through. In the morning, my notebook contained pages of writing I didn't remember. The handwriting was mine, but the words were foreign, describing events I couldn't recall living through, names of people I'd never met, memories that weren't mine. I became obsessed. I researched the history of the neighborhood, diving into archives and old newspapers. There was no record of a house at the end of the street. According to all documentation, the lot had always been empty woodland. Yet I found a photograph from decades ago showing a group of neighborhood children. In the background, barely visible behind the smiling faces, stood the house. I tracked down one of the people in the photo, now elderly, living in a nursing home across town. When I showed him the picture, his hands began to shake. "We weren't supposed to talk about that house," he whispered. "We made a pact, all of us, never to speak of it, never to remember it." "Why?" I pressed. His eyes, cloudy with cataracts, seemed to look through me. "Because it remembers you back." I returned to the house that evening, armed with a flashlight and my camera. This time I would capture evidence no one could deny. The porch steps groaned beneath my weight as I ascended. The door opened at my touch, welcoming me inside like an old friend. The interior had changed. The furniture had shifted positions. New photographs hung on the walls, pictures of me as a child, in places I'd never been, with people I didn't recognize. Yet in each image I was smiling, belonging. In the dining room, a table was set for dinner. Steam rose from dishes of food, the smell mouth-watering after what felt like days without eating. A place was set for me at the head of the table. The chair pulled itself out invitingly. I moved past it to the stairs, determined to find the black door again. The stairs stretched and contracted with each step, sometimes 8 steps, sometimes 20. The wall beside me rippled like water when my shoulder brushed against it. The door waited, darker than before. This time when I opened it, the darkness had shape and substance. It reached for me with fingers of shadow that caressed my face with terrible gentleness. "We've been waiting for you," it said in countless voices speaking as one. "For so long, we've been waiting." I tried to run, but the house had sealed itself around me. Doors opened onto brick walls. Windows showed impossible landscapes, twisted versions of my neighborhood where the houses all stood empty, their windows dark sockets in gray facades. In my pocket, my phone vibrated. When I looked at the screen, I had dozens of missed calls from numbers I didn't recognize. Text messages appeared one after another. "Come home, we miss you. You've been gone so long. When are you coming back?" Photos began to appear in my gallery selfies I had never taken, showing me inside this house on different days, in different rooms, looking progressively more gaunt but smiling widely in each one. The floor beneath me softened, my feet sinking into the wood as if it were quicksand. The walls pulsed with a rhythm like a heartbeat. The house was alive around me, digesting me room by room. I found myself back in the room with the mirror. My reflection waited for me, but it was changed now. Older, with hollow cheeks and dark-ringed eyes, it smiled when I did not. "Who are you?" I asked. "I'm you," it answered, its lips moving in perfect sync with the words I heard. "The you that stayed, the you that remembered." "This isn't real," I insisted, even as the mirror's surface rippled like disturbed water. "Nothing is real," my reflection said, "and everything is. Reality is consensus. The neighborhood forgot this house, so it ceased to exist for them. But you remembered, you saw, and now you belong to it just as I do." My reflection reached through the mirror, the glass parting like mercury around its extending arm. Its hand, my hand, grasped my wrist. Its touch was fever-hot. "Don't fight it," it said. "It's peaceful here once you accept it. The house loves those who see it." With strength born of terror, I wrenched away and smashed the mirror with my flashlight. It shattered into countless fragments, each one containing a piece of that other me, each sliver still moving, still whispering. I ran again, pursuing the memory of the front door. The house shifted around me, rooms rearranging themselves like a puzzle box. In the living room, the furniture had multiplied, crowding the space with identical copies of the same chairs and tables. On every surface, dust outlined the shapes of objects recently removed. The front door appeared before me suddenly, red and inviting. I flung it open. Beyond it lay not the street, but another room, identical to the one I stood in. And beyond that, visible through another open door, another room, and another. An infinite regression of the same space, each one containing a version of me, frozen mid-escape. I slammed the door and pressed my back against it, sliding down to sit on the floor. The house creaked around me, a sound almost like laughter. "What do you want?" I shouted into the empty air. The answer came from everywhere and nowhere, vibrating through the floorboards into my bones. "To be remembered." Days might have passed, or weeks. Time moved strangely within the walls. I wandered from room to room, finding new doors that led to impossible spaces, a beach with black sand under a moonless sky, a forest where the trees had faces, a city street where every building was an exact replica of my childhood home. I documented everything in my notebook, the pages multiplying beyond what should have been possible in its binding. I took photos that showed nothing when reviewed. I left markers to track my path, only to find them rearranged into patterns that spelled out words in a language I almost understood. Sometimes I saw other people in the house, fleeting glimpses of figures who vanished when directly observed. Children playing in rooms I just left, an old man reading in a chair that had been empty moments before. A woman in outdated clothes cooking in the kitchen, humming a tune that made my teeth ache. None acknowledged me except for my reflection, which continued to appear in mirrors, windows, and polished surfaces, always watching, always waiting, increasingly separate from my movements. In what might have been night, I found myself back at the black door. This time I knew what waited beyond. This time I understood what the house wanted from me. "I remember you," I said to the door, to the house, to whatever lived within both. "I see you." The door swung open. The darkness beyond had eyes now, and a smile. "Then enter," it said, "and be remembered in return." I stepped through, feeling the darkness wrap around me like an embrace. For a moment I was everywhere in the house at once, in every room, looking through every window, seeing the street from multiple perspectives simultaneously. I felt the weight of the roof, the stretch of the walls, the deep roots extending beneath the foundation into soil rich with secrets. I felt the memories of everyone who had ever lived here, ever passed through, ever seen the house when others couldn't. Their experiences became mine, their joy, their fear, their ultimate surrender to the house's hunger for attention, for acknowledgement. Then I was standing on the sidewalk, looking up at the house from outside. My neighbor walked past, nodding politely but not stopping to chat. Her eyes slid past the house without seeing it. A young couple jogged by, their gaze similarly avoiding the structure that dominated the end of the street. A mail carrier delivered letters to every home but skipped the last address. I walked up the street toward my apartment. Everything was as it should be. Everything was normal. But when I caught my reflection in a store window, it smiled at me with a mouth too wide, too full of teeth. At home, I settled into my routine. I went to work, I paid my bills, I lived my life. But each evening I walk to the end of the street. I stand before the house that no one remembers. I nod to it in acknowledgement. Sometimes I see movement in the windows, a figure that might be me, or might be something wearing my shape. I keep my promise, I remember the house. and the house remembers me. Story 5. It was waiting on my doorstep this morning, sealed in an old yellow envelope. No return address, no stamp. My name was written in elegant, looping script. The air smelled faintly of ink and something bitter as I tore it open, my hands unsteady. The letter inside was short, just one line: I know what you did. My throat constricted as I read those 5 words again, feeling the weight of each syllable press against my chest. I glanced around the quiet neighborhood, searching for watching eyes behind curtained windows. Nothing seemed amiss in the pale morning light, yet everything felt wrong. I brought the letter inside, placing it on my kitchen table where it seemed to absorb all the light in the room. The paper felt oddly warm between my fingertips, almost alive. I traced the handwriting with my index finger, deliberate strokes that curved with unnatural precision, as if each letter had been crafted with meticulous intent. "Who sent this?" I whispered to the empty room. My voice sounded foreign, distant. The radiator hummed in response, a metallic rhythm that seemed to match my quickening heartbeat. I tried to dismiss it as a prank, a case of mistaken identity, or perhaps a marketing ploy. Yet deep down, in that hidden place where we bury our darkest truths, I knew someone out there had uncovered what I had worked so hard to forget. That night, sleep evaded me. The darkness in my bedroom seemed denser than usual, pressing against my skin. The distant sound of branches scraping against my window transformed into fingernails seeking entrance. I lay awake, listening to the house settle around me with unfamiliar creaks and groans, as if it too had become aware of my secret. When morning arrived, another envelope waited. Same yellow paper, same handwriting. I stood frozen at my door, unwilling to touch it, as if physical contact would somehow confirm its reality. A neighbor walked by with her dog, waving cheerfully. I forced a smile and picked up the envelope with trembling fingers. "This note was longer. I've been watching you try to forget, but some things refuse to stay buried, don't they?" I crumpled the paper, then smoothed it out again, studying each word for clues. The handwriting remained impossibly perfect, each letter identical to those in the first note. I held the paper to my nose, the same bitter scent lingered beneath the ink. I began documenting everything, taking photos of the envelopes, scanning the handwriting, recording the exact wording. What started as an attempt to gather evidence evolved into something else, a compulsion. My dining room wall became a canvas of yellow notes, red string, and desperate theories. The letters continued arriving, each one more personal than the last. "You still sleep on the right side of the bed. You whisper names in your sleep. The guilt looks heavy on your shoulders." I installed a camera facing my front door, hoping to catch whoever was delivering these messages. The footage showed nothing, yet each morning, a new envelope appeared, materializing between frames as if conjured from thin air. The words began seeping into my daily life. I'd find myself staring at strangers, wondering if they were the author. Did the barista hold my coffee cup too long? Did my colleague's smile contain hidden knowledge? The boundaries between paranoia and legitimate suspicion blurred until I could no longer distinguish between them. One evening, while reviewing the camera footage for the 100th time, I noticed something. A shadow, subtle but distinct, moved across my porch. Not a person, but something elongated and formless. I rewound and replayed the segment repeatedly, watching as the darkness pooled and then retreated, leaving an envelope in its wake. That night I heard scratching from inside my walls, faint at first, like my seeking warmth, then more deliberate, a rhythmic pattern that resonated with familiar cadence. 3 scratches, pause, 2 scratches, pause, 5 scratches. I pressed my ear against the cool plaster, counting aloud. 3, 2, 5. The scratching stopped abruptly. I grabbed a pencil and paper, assigning numbers to letters of the alphabet. 3 was C, 2 was B, 5 was E. It spelled nothing. I tried different combinations, different codes, growing more frantic with each failed attempt. The house had fallen silent again, but the silence felt expectant, watching. When I finally collapsed from exhaustion, my dreams were filled with yellow envelopes floating in dark water, ink bleeding into the depths below. I swam among them, trying to catch one, but they dissolved at my touch, leaving only that bitter scent lingering in the water around me. I woke to find my sheets damp with sweat clinging to my skin. The room felt unusually cold despite the blankets wrapped around me. Something white caught my attention, a piece of paper on my nightstand. My heart hammered against my ribs as I reached for it. This one wasn't in an envelope. The handwriting remained the same, but the message had changed. Look in the mirror. I avoided reflective surfaces all day, covered the bathroom mirror with a towel, turned my phone screen down, averted my eyes from store windows as I walked through town. People stared as I passed, heads turning too slowly, eyes lingering too long. When I returned home, all the lights were on. I knew I had turned them off. I always did, meticulously checking each switch before lighting. The television hummed with static in the living room. On the screen, barely visible within the snow of white noise, was a silhouette, my silhouette. It moved when I didn't. I unplugged the television, but the image remained. The figure tilted its head, a gesture of curiosity or perhaps disappointment. I approached the screen slowly, my reflection drawing nearer in perfect synchronization. Then it stopped while I continued forward. We were no longer mirrors of each other. The figure raised a hand, pressing it against the inside of the screen. The glass bulged outward, stretching like a membrane. I ran to the kitchen, grabbing the heaviest object I could find, a cast iron pan, and hurled it at the television. The screen shattered, glass exploding outward. Silence followed, heavy and absolute. Among the broken glass on the floor lay a yellow envelope. My hands shook violently as I picked it up. The paper felt ice cold this time, sending shivers through my fingertips. Inside was not a letter, but a photograph, old and faded. It showed me standing beside a freshly dug hole in unfamiliar ground. My clothes were dirty, my expression vacant. I had no memory of this moment, yet there I was, preserved in undeniable proof. I burned the photograph and every letter I had collected. The flames devoured them eagerly, too eagerly, growing higher than they should have. The fire cast long shadows that danced across my walls with deliberate movements. Within the crackling flames, I heard whispering my name repeated in rhythmic chants. That night I packed a bag. I would leave, drive until the road and my memories blurred together, find somewhere new where yellow envelopes couldn't find me. As I threw clothes into my suitcase, something fell from between the folded garments, a small key I didn't recognize. It was old brass with an intricate pattern on its head. I held it up to the light, studying the unusual teeth and curves. Something about it triggered a sensation of familiarity, so profound it made me nauseous. My fingers closed around it instinctively, muscle memory taking over as if I had held this key countless times before. I walked through my house trying the key in every lock, none fit. As I stood in my hallway, defeated and confused, I noticed something I'd never seen before, a thin seam in the wall, barely visible unless viewed from a specific angle. When I pressed my fingers against it, the section of wall gave slightly. The key fit perfectly into a keyhole hidden within the seam. The mechanism turned with a sound like bones breaking. A door swung open, revealing a narrow staircase descending into darkness. The air that escaped from the opening carried that same bitter scent that had accompanied each letter. I knew I should call someone, seek help, run away, anything but descend those stairs. Yet my feet moved forward as if pulled by an invisible force. Each step creaked beneath my weight, whispering secrets I couldn't quite understand. The darkness grew thicker as I descended, seeming to cling to my skin like damp silk. At the bottom, a single bulb hung from the ceiling, illuminating a small room with walls covered in yellow papers. My handwriting filled each page. Thousands of confessions, written in my own hand, covered every inch of space. The same 5 words repeated endlessly, "I know what I did." In the center of the room stood a desk with a typewriter. A half-finished letter sat in the carriage, the ink still wet. My fingers fit perfectly on the keys, muscle memory, guiding them to complete the sentence I had apparently started earlier. "And now you must remember why you've been writing these letters to yourself." The memory surged back like a tidal wave, drowning me in its intensity. The secret I had buried so deeply that I fragmented myself to escape it. The reason I had created this elaborate system of letters and clues. The truth I needed to recover before it destroyed what remained of my mind. I sat at the desk, feeding a fresh sheet of yellow paper into the typewriter. My fingers hovered over the keys, ready to begin again. The bitter smell of the ink filled my lungs as I typed 5 words. "I know what you did." Story 6. When I bought the house, I memorized the layout: 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, an attic. But last night, as I walked past the end of the hall, I froze. There was a door I had never seen before. The paint was fresh, the handle gleaming. My pulse pounded as I turned the knob, the scent of dust and something faintly floral filling the air. The door swung open. The room beyond was fully furnished, and it looked lived in. I stood frozen at the threshold, my brain struggling to process what my eyes were seeing. The room was real, tangible, and solid, with a writing desk positioned beneath a window that couldn't possibly exist given the exterior wall should be right there. A half-finished cup of tea sat on the desk, still steaming. Books lined shelves that stretched from floor to ceiling, their spines worn with use. A bed in the corner had rumpled sheets, as if someone had just risen from it. But what unsettled me most was the chair facing away from me toward the impossible window. For a terrible moment, I thought I saw the fabric depress slightly, as if bearing an invisible weight. "Hello," my voice emerged as a whisper, swallowed by the heavy silence of the room. No response came, yet the air seemed to shift, becoming dense around me, pressing against my skin like curious fingers. I stepped inside, drawn by a compulsion I couldn't name. The floorboards creaked beneath my weight in a way that felt deliberate, almost communicative. I moved toward the desk, noticing a journal laid open, a fountain pen resting across the pages. The handwriting was elegant but unfamiliar, trailing off mid-sentence. "The walls have started to." A sudden draft rustled the pages, flipping them backward through entries I couldn't quite read fast enough. Names, diagrams, calculations. Then the pages settled, and I found myself staring at a sketch of my house, drawn from the outside, but with an additional window exactly where this room would be. The tea on the desk continued to steam despite the chill that now permeated the space. I reached out, my fingers hovering above the cup. The liquid inside was dark, almost black, and when I finally touched the porcelain, it was ice cold. I recoiled, knocking against the desk. A photograph in a silver frame toppled over. When I righted it, my breath caught in my throat. The photo showed a family standing before my house, a man, a woman, a child, all with faces that had been meticulously scratched out. I backed away, bumping into the chair by the window. It swiveled slightly of its own accord, as if turning to face me. That night I locked the door to that room and tried to sleep. But from behind my bedroom wall, the wall that separated my sanctum from the impossible space, came a gentle tapping. At first, it followed no pattern I could discern. Then slowly, I realized it was keeping time with my heartbeat. In the morning, exhausted and bleary-eyed, I convinced myself I had imagined it all. Stress from the move, perhaps. An overactive imagination fueled by too many late-night horror novels. I walked down the hallway, ready to prove to myself that there was no door, no room, nothing unusual at all. The door was still there, but now the fresh paint had aged, cracked and peeling in places, revealing older layers beneath. The gleaming handle had tarnished overnight, covered in a patina that should have taken years to develop. My rational mind faltered. I needed to document this, to prove to myself I wasn't losing my grip on reality. I retrieved my phone and snapped pictures of the door, then cautiously pushed it open. The room had changed, the desk remained, but the tea was gone. The bed was now perfectly made with different sheets. The bookshelf held different volumes. On the wall hung a calendar, displaying a month I didn't recognize, with days marked off in red that didn't correspond to any schedule I knew. This time I forced myself to cross to the window. Outside was not my backyard, but a vast, featureless plain stretching to the horizon. The sky above was wrong, neither day nor night, but something in between, tinged with colors that made my eyes water. I stepped back, dizzy and disoriented. As my vision cleared, I noticed something new on the desk, a small tape recorder. Without thinking, I pressed play. Static filled the room, then cleared to reveal a voice, my voice reciting words I had never spoken. Day 17. The room continues to change. I believe it's responding to my presence, perhaps even my thoughts. The scratching behind the walls has grown louder. I slammed my hand down on the stop button, heart racing. I had never recorded those words, never lived 17 days with this room. I had only discovered it yesterday. My phone chimed in my pocket. When I pulled it out, the photos I had taken just moments ago were gone. In their place was a single video I had no memory of recording. With trembling fingers, I pressed play. The video showed me sleeping in my bed, while a shadow moved across the wall, a shadow with too many limbs, and a form that kept shifting, stretching, reaching toward my unconscious form. I dropped the phone, backing toward the door. But when I turned to flee, I found myself facing not the hallway, but another room, identical to the first, yet subtly wrong. The furniture arranged in mirror image, the colors slightly off, the window now showing a dense forest where moments before there had been an empty plain. Panic rose in my throat as I spun around, searching for the way out. The room seemed to expand and contract like a breathing thing. The walls pulsed with a rhythm that matched the now audible scratching within them. I found the door and burst through it, stumbling back into my familiar hallway. I slammed it shut behind me, gasping for breath, my skin clammy with cold sweat. That evening, I invited a friend over, seeking both comfort and confirmation. We walked the hallway together, and I felt a sickening blend of relief and dread when their eyes passed over the end of the corridor without pause or recognition. There was no door visible to them. "Are you feeling all right?" they asked, concern etching their features. "You look like you've seen a ghost." After they left, I sat in my living room with every light blazing, afraid to venture back into the hallway. But as night deepened, I began to notice changes in my familiar spaces. Photo frames that had held pictures of my family now contained only empty backgrounds. My reflection in the television screen seemed delayed, moving a fraction of a second after I did. Sleep, when it finally claimed me on the couch, brought no relief. In my dreams, I wandered endless corridors of doors, each opening to reveal the same room in various states of decay and repair, occupied by versions of myself in different stages of fear and acceptance. I woke to the sound of typing, mechanical, rhythmic clicks coming from down the hall. Against every instinct screaming within me, I followed the sound. The door was there, now ancient and weathered, its surface carved with symbols that seemed to writhe when viewed from the corner of my eye. The knob turned under my hand without me willing it to. The door swung inward. The room had transformed completely. Every surface was covered in text, walls, ceiling, floor, all in my handwriting. The same phrase repeated thousands of times: "The room has always been here." At the desk sat a figure hunched over the typewriter that had drawn me here. Though its back was to me, I knew with bone-deep certainty that if it turned, I would see my own face aged, perhaps, changed by whatever time passed differently in this place. I should have run, should have sold the house, fled to another country, another life. Instead, I stepped forward and spoke a single word: why? The typing stopped, the figure grew still. Then slowly, with a grace that spoke of infinite patience, it began to turn. I've been living with the room for what feels like years now, though the calendar on my phone insists it's only been days. Sometimes the room is there, sometimes it isn't. Sometimes I find evidence that I've entered it, notes written in my hand that I have no memory of composing, mud on my shoes that matches no soil in my yard. The figure at the desk never fully turned to face me that day, and part of me is grateful. But I've come to understand something about the room, about the house, about myself. The room didn't appear in my house. My house appeared around the room. I know this because yesterday I found the original blueprints tucked into a book I don't remember buying. The house plans show all the expected spaces: 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, an attic, and one more. A room at the end of the hall, labeled simply "study." And beneath that single word, in faded ink I recognize as my own, a note, where it all begins again. The scratching in the walls has stopped. The house is quiet now, too quiet. I find myself missing the noise, the proof that something else exists in this reality with me. This morning I noticed a door in my bedroom that I'm certain wasn't there before. The paint is fresh, the handle gleaming. I know I should ignore it, walk away, leave this house and never return. But my hand is already reaching for the knob. Story 7, it started 3 nights ago. A man appeared in my backyard, standing just beyond the fence. He doesn't move, he doesn't speak. He just stands there facing my house, his head tilted slightly to the side. The scent of damp grass and something sharp fills the air whenever I open the door to look. Last night I left the lights on. This morning he was closer. I first noticed him when my skin prickled with that unmistakable feeling of being watched. The sensation pulled me from a dreamless sleep, drawing me to the window overlooking the backyard. Moonlight painted everything in shades of blue and silver, casting long shadows across the lawn. That's when I saw him, a figure so still he might have been a garden statue someone placed there as a prank. But statues don't wear suits. Statues don't have eyes that seem to track your movement, even when their heads remain perfectly still. My breath fogged the glass as I stared back at him. His suit looked expensive but oddly dated, like something from another era. His posture was unnaturally rigid, spine too straight, arms hanging at perfect angles at his sides. The strangest detail was his head tilted just enough degrees to the right that it seemed deliberate rather than casual. I blinked, expecting him to disappear. He didn't. I pulled the curtains closed that night, convincing myself I was seeing things. Stress can do that to a person. My mind was just playing tricks, creating shapes from shadows, giving form to my anxieties. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had shifted in my world. Morning came with blessed normalcy, birds singing, sunlight streaming through the windows, the comforting routine of making coffee. I almost managed to forget about the figure until I found myself hesitating before looking outside. When I finally gathered my courage and peered through the kitchen window, the yard was empty. Relief washed over me. Yet as I moved through my day, little things felt wrong. The house seemed quieter than usual, as if sound was being absorbed rather than echoing. The walls felt cooler to the touch, despite the thermostat reading normal. Every reflective surface seemed to hold something just beyond my peripheral vision, something that vanished when I turned to look directly. Night fell too quickly. I found myself checking the backyard repeatedly, each time expecting to see him there. Nothing, just the wind stirring the tree branches, creating moving shadows across the lawn. I laughed at my own paranoia and settled in to read before bed. The prickling sensation returned just after midnight. A coldness spread across my shoulders first, then down my spine. I knew before looking that he had returned. This time I didn't just peek through the curtains. I approached the back door, flipped on the outdoor lights, and looked directly at him through the glass panel. He stood in exactly the same spot as before, wearing the same suit, head tilted at precisely the same angle. The outdoor light should have illuminated his features, but somehow his face remained in shadow despite the brightness flooding the yard. Only his eyes caught the light, reflecting it back like an animal's would in the dark. "What do you want?" I called through the door, my voice sounding thin and strained even to my own ears. No response, not even a twitch. I took a photo with my phone, then another. When I looked at the screen, my yard appeared empty in both images. I looked up, and there he stood, unmoved. I took a video next, narrating quietly what I was seeing. When I played it back, the yard was empty, but my nervous breathing and whispered words were clearly audible. That night, I left every light in the house on and sat in the living room until dawn, watching him through the window. He never moved, never shifted his weight, never seemed to breathe. When morning finally came, I must have dozed off for mere minutes. Upon waking with a jolt, I rushed to the window. He was gone, but something had changed. The fence post where he had stood now showed a handprint burned into the wood, blackened and charred. I spent the day documenting everything. I measured the distance from my back door to where he had stood 27 steps across the lawn. I photographed the handprint, though it appeared as just a smudge in the images. I recorded audio of the backyard, capturing only normal ambient sounds at first. But when I listened with headphones, beneath the birdsong and distant traffic, I could make out what sounded like slow, labored breathing. I called a friend to come over, needing someone else to witness what was happening. She arrived in the afternoon, concerned by my agitated state. I showed her the handprint on the fence. That's just an old water stain, she said, touching it casually. I reached out too and felt the wood distinctly charred and warm beneath my fingers. When I pulled my hand away, my fingertips were clean, not blackened as they should have been. "Are you feeling okay?" she asked, her concern obvious. I didn't try to convince her further. How could I explain that we were seeing different things? After she left, I installed a security camera facing the backyard. The system included motion detection, night vision, and cloud storage for the footage. I felt better having it in place, more in control of the situation. Whatever was happening, I would capture evidence. Night fell again. I watched the security feed on my tablet, switching between it and glancing out the window. The man appeared at exactly midnight, standing in his usual spot, but closer now, only 20 steps from my door. On the security feed, the yard remained empty. The air in my house changed when he appeared. It grew heavy, carrying a scent like wet soil and something metallic. The walls seemed to contract subtly, as if the house itself were holding its breath. The lights dimmed slightly, though the power remained stable. Most disturbing of all, the ambient sounds of the neighborhood, distant cars, the hum of air conditioners, the occasional barking dog, all faded to absolute silence. "Who are you?" I whispered at the window. For the first time, something changed. His head straightened, no longer tilted. Though his face remained in shadow, I felt his gaze intensify. The temperature in the room plummeted so quickly my breath clouded in front of me. My phone rang, startling me badly. When I looked at the screen, no caller ID appeared, just a blank space where a number should be. I answered without speaking. From the other end came a sound like static, but rhythmic, almost like words being spoken through heavy interference. Beneath it, I could hear what might have been breathing, identical to what I'd captured in my audio recording. I hung up, hands shaking. When I looked back outside, the man had moved closer. Now he stood just 15 steps from my door. I didn't sleep. I sat with my back against the wall where I could see the yard but remained out of direct sight from the windows. Every electronic device in my house began behaving strangely. My tablet cycled through apps without being touched. The television turned itself on and off. Light bulbs flickered in patterns that almost seemed like code. My security camera feed showed only static, despite the system indicating it was working properly. Dawn approached with excruciating slowness. As the first gray light appeared on the horizon, I checked the yard again. The man was gone, but all the grass where he had stood was now withered and brown, forming a perfect path from the fence to a spot just 10 steps from my door. I needed to understand what was happening. I spent the day researching similar phenomena, looking for patterns or explanations. I found nothing concrete, just forum threads about shadow people, dimensional rifts, and quantum observers. Nothing that explained a man who only I could see, who moved without moving, who left physical traces that others perceived differently. I decided to document everything methodically. I sketched his appearance, noting every detail I could remember. I recorded audio at regular intervals throughout the day, capturing the normal sounds of the house and yard, establishing a baseline for comparison. I checked the security system, finding nothing but normal footage of an empty yard. As sunset approached, dread built inside me. I considered leaving, staying elsewhere for the night, but something told me it wouldn't matter, that what was happening was connected to me, not the house. Night fell, midnight approached. I waited, watching the yard from behind a partially closed blind. The air grew still. The familiar scent of damp earth and metal filled the house. The lights dimmed. He appeared, but this time at the edge of my patio, a mere 5 steps from my door. His posture remained rigid, his face obscured, but his presence felt heavier, more substantial. The air around him seemed distorted, like heat waves rising from hot pavement. My phone rang again, same blank caller ID. This time when I answered, the static had resolved itself slightly. Words became almost discernible, a voice speaking just below the threshold of comprehension. I strained to understand, pressing the phone tightly against my ear. "I've been waiting," the voice finally broke through, sounding distant yet crystal clear, "for you to notice me." "What do you want?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "To come inside." Ice formed in my veins. "Why?" "Because you invited me." "I never." Not with words, the voice interrupted. With attention, with fear, with documentation, with all your careful notes and recordings. Each acknowledgement makes me more real. The call ended abruptly. When I looked outside again, he stood at my door, one hand raised as if about to knock. Something inside me snapped. I needed to confront this directly. I needed to see his face, to understand what he was. With trembling hands, I unlocked the door and swung it open. Nobody was there. The patio was empty. Relief flooded through me, followed immediately by confusion. I stepped outside, looking around frantically. The night air felt clean and normal. Neighborhood sounds returned, a distant siren, the rustle of leaves, a cat meowing somewhere nearby. I laughed shakily, rubbing my face. Perhaps I needed help, needed to talk to someone professional about what was clearly a psychological episode. As I turned to go back inside, I caught my reflection in the glass of the door. Behind me stood the man, now perfectly mirroring my posture, his head no longer obscured by shadow. He had no face, just smooth, blank skin stretched over a skull-like shape. I spun around, nothing there. Looking back at the reflection, I saw only myself, pale and frightened. I went inside, locked the door, and sat on the floor of my living room until morning came. Sleep eventually took me, bringing dreams of standing in someone else's yard, watching their windows, waiting for them to notice me. I woke to sunlight and normalcy. The yard showed no signs of withered grass or handprints. My security system had captured nothing unusual. My recordings contained only ordinary sounds. Even my sketches seemed less detailed than I remembered making them. For a moment, I wondered if I had imagined everything. Then I caught sight of my reflection in the hallway mirror as I passed. For just an instant, my head was tilted slightly to the right, my posture too rigid, my eyes too reflective. Something else now looks out through my eyes, something that has been waiting for a very long time to come inside. And thanks to my meticulous documentation, my constant attention, my fear that fed it night after night, it finally found a way in. I stand in my backyard now, watching my house from the outside. My body moves through the rooms inside, maintaining a convincing facsimile of my life. It answers my phone, talks to my friends, goes to work. No one notices the difference. I remain here, unable to move, unable to speak. I just stand, facing my house, my head tilted slightly to the side. Soon someone new will notice me. Story 8, I hated going down there. The basement was too cold, the air too thick, like the walls had absorbed years of silence. But tonight, as I reached the bottom of the stairs, I froze. The air smelled stale, like dust and damp wood. and then I heard it, slow, measured breathing coming from the corner where the shadows were darkest. I wasn't alone. My fingers fumbled for the light switch, sliding against the rough concrete wall. When I flicked it, the single bulb cast weak, yellow light that barely penetrated the corners. The breathing stopped immediately. I scanned every inch of the basement, the old wooden shelves lined with forgotten boxes, the workbench covered in tools I rarely used, the washing machine with its perpetually damp smell. Nothing seemed disturbed, yet everything felt wrong. I needed to retrieve a box of winter clothes. That's all. Then I could return upstairs to the warmth and light. My rational mind insisted that the sound had been the house settling, or pipes contracting, or perhaps my own breathing echoing in the confined space. But deep down, I knew better. As I moved toward the storage area, the floorboards creaked under my weight. Each step felt heavier than the last, as if the air itself resisted my movement. When I reached for the box on the top shelf, my hand brushed against something wet. I pulled back instantly, wiping my fingers on my jeans. The moisture wasn't water, it was too viscous, too warm. Under the dim light, my fingertips glistened with a dark substance. It had no color I could name, somewhere between black and red and something else entirely. The box I needed had a similar stain spreading across its cardboard surface, seeping outward like a living thing. I backed away, nearly tripping over a stack of old magazines. That's when I heard it again, the breathing. Not from the corner this time, but directly behind me, close enough that I should have felt it on my neck. I spun around, heart hammering against my ribs. Nothing visible, but the air felt disturbed, as if something had just moved. "Who's there?" My voice sounded small and foreign, absorbed by the dense air. The basement remained silent, but a subtle shift occurred in the atmosphere. The dim bulb flickered once, twice, then steadied. The shadows seemed to deepen, as if gathering substance. I grabbed my phone from my pocket and opened the recorder app. If something was here, I would document it. I placed the phone on the workbench, its screen illuminating a small circle of space, and then I waited. At first, nothing happened. The basement remained still, the only sound my own shallow breathing. But as I watched the recording time tick forward, a white noise began to build in the background, subtle at first, then increasingly distinct. Within that static, something took shape, rhythmic, organic, breathing. But not just one set of lungs, many, all slightly out of sync with each other. I snatched up the phone, my hands shaking as I replayed the recording. The sounds were clearer in the playback, definitely breathing, and underneath it, something that might have been words. I turned up the volume and held the phone close to my ear. "We've been waiting for you to find us." The voice was barely a whisper, distorted and broken, but the words were unmistakable. My skin prickled with goosebumps, and a cold sweat broke out across my forehead. This couldn't be real, yet the evidence vibrated in my hand, undeniable. I decided to explore further, despite every instinct screaming at me to run upstairs. I walked the perimeter of the basement, phone extended, recording everything. When I reached the far wall, the oldest part of the foundation with its rough stone blocks, I noticed something I'd never seen before. A thin seam ran along the base of the wall, darker than the surrounding stone. Kneeling down, I ran my fingers along the seam. The stone felt warm, almost feverish, pulsing slightly under my touch. I pressed harder, and a section of the wall gave way slightly, revealing a narrow gap. Cool air flowed out, carrying a scent I couldn't identify, earthy but wrong, like soil from a grave. I used my phone's flashlight to peer inside. The beam revealed nothing but darkness, as if the light was being swallowed. But when I played back the new recording, the breathing had intensified, accompanied by a faint scratching sound. This was madness. I had lived in this house for years without ever noticing this hidden space. I tried to rationalize perhaps it was an old coal chute or a forgotten storage area, but the warmth of the stone, the organic quality of the sounds, suggested something alive. I returned to my toolbox and grabbed a hammer and chisel. Reason told me to leave well enough alone, to call anyone, but curiosity overrode my fear. I needed to know what lay beyond that wall. The first strike of the hammer against the chisel sent vibrations through the stone. The second widened the crack. By the fifth strike, pieces of the wall began to crumble away, revealing a space beyond. The breathing sound stopped abruptly, replaced by a tense silence. When the opening was large enough to shine my light through properly, I leaned forward and peered inside. The beam illuminated a small chamber, no larger than a closet. The walls glistened with the same dark substance I'd found on my fingers earlier. In the center of the floor lay a bundle wrapped in what appeared to be cloth, discolored with age and damp. My heart pounded as I reached through the opening, stretching my arm to touch the bundle. The cloth felt wrong under my fingers, not fabric at all, but something organic, like dried skin. I recoiled, but not before the bundle shifted slightly at my touch. I scrambled backward, dropping my phone. It clattered to the floor, the light spinning wildly across the basement before coming to rest pointing at the ceiling. In that moment of disorientation, something emerged from the opening in the wall, not a physical form, but a disturbance in the air, like heat rising from pavement. The disturbance moved with purpose, circling around me. The temperature dropped sharply, my breath now visible in front of my face. The light bulb dimmed, then brightened beyond its capacity, casting harsh shadows before exploding in a shower of glass. In the sudden darkness, my other senses heightened. The breathing surrounded me now, coming from everywhere at once. My phone lay on the floor, its screen the only source of light. I dove for it, fingers scrabbling against the concrete. When I grabbed it, the screen showed that it was still recording. I hit stop, then play, needing to hear what it had captured. Through the speaker came a cacophony of breathing, punctuated by words that made my blood freeze. "You've opened the way, we've waited so long." The voice wasn't coming just from my phone anymore. It surrounded me, as real as the cold air against my skin. The darkness of the basement seemed to thicken, becoming almost tangible. I felt it brush against my face, like fingers testing my skin. I ran for the stairs, taking them two at a time, my only thought to escape. But as I reached the top and grasped the doorknob, it refused to turn. Locked from the other side, impossible, since I lived alone. I pounded on the door, screaming for help that wouldn't come. Below me, something moved in the darkness. The breathing grew louder, more excited. I turned, pressing my back against the door, and held my phone out like a shield, its dim light barely penetrating the blackness. The disturbance in the air had taken on more substance now. It undulated at the bottom of the stairs, neither solid nor gas, a rippling in reality itself. Within its shifting form, I could make out suggestions of faces, dozens of them, pressing outward as if struggling to break free. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice breaking. The response came not in words, but in sensation, a sudden flash of memories that weren't mine. Darkness, confinement, hunger stretching across years, voices begging to be heard. I understood with horrifying clarity that whatever I had freed had been imprisoned for a purpose. My phone died without warning, plunging me into complete darkness. The presence surged up the stairs toward me. I felt it envelop me cold at first, then burning hot, pressing against my skin, seeking entrance through my nose, my mouth, my ears. I fought, thrashing against the invisible force, but it was like battling smoke. It filtered into me, filling my lungs, spreading through my veins. My perception split. I was still myself, but also something else, something ancient and patient and hungry. When the basement door suddenly swung open, I stumbled backward into the light of the hallway. I gasped for clean air, expecting to feel the presence withdraw, expelled by the light, but nothing changed. The presence remained inside me, settled now, watching through my eyes. I checked myself in the hallway mirror, half expecting to see some physical transformation. My reflection looked normal, same face, same eyes, but somehow wrong, as if I was wearing a mask of my own skin. I smiled experimentally, and my reflection complied, but the smile spread too wide, held too long. Days have passed since then. I sealed up the basement, telling myself I would call someone to investigate, but the thought slips away whenever I try to focus on it. My phone no longer contains the recordings, all evidence erased as if it never existed. But I know what happened was real because I'm different now. I catch myself standing motionless for hours, listening to something no one else can hear. Food tastes like ash in my mouth. Sleep brings dreams of dark spaces and whispered conversations with voices that call me brother, sister, vessel, gateway. Most disturbing of all, I've begun to hear breathing throughout the house, behind walls, above ceilings, beneath floors. The presence I carried out of the basement has spread, infiltrating every corner of my home. Sometimes I press my ear against the wall and listen to the soft murmurs of whatever lives inside now. And lately I've noticed visitors looking at me strangely, sniffing the air when they enter, commenting on the unusual chill. They don't stay long, but as they leave, I feel the presence stir within me, reaching out, attaching invisible threads that trail after them. Invitations, connections. I should warn them, I should burn this house to the ground, but the thoughts feel distant, belonging to someone I used to be. Instead, I find myself inviting more people over, encouraging them to stay longer, directing them toward the basement door. "Do you hear that?" I ask them. "That sound coming from downstairs, would you mind checking what it is?" I smile as they descend the stairs, listening as their footsteps fade. Sometimes they call up questions, their voices tinged with confusion or concern. Sometimes they fall silent too quickly. Either way, the breathing grows stronger, more satisfied, and I feel myself becoming less alone in my skin with each visitor who doesn't return. I've stopped fighting it now. The presence and I have reached an understanding. It needs to grow, to spread beyond these walls, and I will help it. After all, everyone needs to breathe. And soon, everyone will breathe together. Story 9. I was paying for groceries when the cashier hesitated, her eyes flicking down to my driver's license. "You got the wrong one," she said, handing it back. Confused, I looked down, my stomach twisted. It was my photo, my address, but the name wasn't mine. The scent of warm plastic and something acrid filled my nose as I ran my fingers over the surface. And then I noticed on the back of the card, in faint, scratched letters, someone had written, "This isn't you." "There must be some mistake," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. The cashier just shrugged, already moving on to the next customer. I gathered my bags and walked out into the evening air, cool against my skin. My reflection in the storefront window looked back at me, same brown hair, same green eyes, same slight asymmetry to my smile. But something felt wrong, like wearing shoes on the wrong feet. At home, I emptied my wallet onto the kitchen counter. Credit cards, insurance card, library card, all displaying this unfamiliar name. Michael Thorne, not my name, never my name. The cards felt abnormally warm to the touch, as if they'd been sitting in the sun, though my wallet had been in my pocket all day. I called the DMV, navigating through the automated system until I reached a human voice. I need to report an error on my license, I explained. What seems to be the problem? The woman sounded bored. The name is wrong, it's not mine. The keyboard clicked as she typed, and what name appears on the license? Michael Thorne. And what should it be? I opened my mouth to answer and found myself unable to speak. My name, my actual name, it hovered just beyond reach, like a word on the tip of my tongue. Sir, are you still there? I can't remember, I whispered. The woman sighed. Sir, I can't help you if you don't know your own name. I hung up, panic rising like bile. How could I forget my own name? I'd known it my entire life, used it every day. I rushed to my computer and logged into my email, but found the account name was M. Thorne. Social media, all Michael Thorne. My phone contacts showed dozens of people I recognized, but they'd apparently known me as Michael for years. The walls of my apartment seemed to pulse slightly, as if breathing. I pressed my palm against the cool plaster and felt a subtle vibration, like something moving inside. Pulling back, I noticed a faint handprint remaining, though my hands were dry. That night I dreamed of a long corridor lined with doors. Behind each one, someone called a different name, but none of them felt right. When I woke, the smell of burnt coffee filled the room, though the kitchen was clean and untouched. I called in sick to work. I couldn't face colleagues who might call me by a name that wasn't mine. Instead, I searched through old boxes in my closet, looking for proof birth certificate, school yearbooks, anything that might tell me who I really was. The boxes contained photos of me throughout various stages of life: at graduation, on vacation with friends, at family gatherings. In each one I looked exactly as I remembered, but when I flipped them over, the handwritten captions all identified me as Michael. The ink seemed fresh, slightly smudging under my thumb. A sharp ringing from my phone made me jump. Unknown caller. Hello, my voice sounded strange in my ears. Is this Michael Thorne? A woman's voice, clinical and precise. No, I insisted, that's not my name. We've been monitoring your case, she continued as if I hadn't spoken. The displacement seems to be progressing faster than anticipated. We recommend you come in for adjustment. What displacement? Who is this? The line went silent for so long I thought she'd hung up, then checked behind the mirror. The call ended. I sat motionless, the phone still pressed to my ear. Outside, the sky had darkened, though I couldn't recall how much time had passed. The phone's screen displayed no record of the call. My bathroom mirror hung on the wall, slightly tilted. I'd never noticed before. Carefully, I removed it, revealing a small cavity in the wall. Inside lay a notebook I didn't recognize. The cover was worn leather, the pages yellowed. I opened it with trembling fingers. Inside, in handwriting that looked disturbingly like my own, were detailed notes about someone named Michael Thorne. His habits, his preferences, his memories, meticulous instructions on how to become him. The final page contained only one sentence. When you forget your original name, the transition is complete. My reflection caught my eye, but it moved a fraction of a second too late, like video with poor synchronization. I stared and it stared back, eyes slightly wider than mine should have been. I returned to the notebook, flipping frantically through the pages, looking for any mention of my real name. Near the beginning, I found a page where something had been violently scratched out. Holding it under the light, I could just make out the impression of letters pressed into the paper. My heart raced as I traced them with my fingertip, recognizing the shapes of a name. My name. The lights flickered, the bathroom mirror crashed to the floor, shattering into jagged pieces. Each fragment reflected a different version of my face, some younger, some older, some with subtle differences I couldn't quite place. I grabbed a shard, ignoring the sting as it cut into my palm. Blood dripped onto the notebook, spreading across the pages. The handwriting began to change before my eyes, letters rearranging themselves into new words. The subject continues to resist, increasing cognitive displacement required. My phone rang again from the other room. The sound seemed to come from underwater. When I returned, the screen showed a text from an unknown number. "Michael, please stop fighting. It only makes it worse." I threw the phone against the wall. It didn't break but landed screen up, now displaying a video of someone who looked exactly like me, sitting in a white room, speaking directly to the camera. "Hello," my doppelganger said. "By now you're confused and frightened. That's normal. The displacement process is never comfortable, but it's necessary. You volunteered for this, though you won't remember. Your original identity was failing. Michael Thorne is your lifeline." I shook my head, backing away from the phone. No. The me on the screen smiled sadly. The more you resist, the more painful the transition becomes. Accept the new name, accept your new self, let go of who you were. "Who was I?" I whispered. "Someone who needed to disappear." The screen went black, my reflection appeared in it, but the face looked calm, at peace. I reached out, and my fingers sank into the screen as if it were water. That night my dreams were filled with memories I'd never experienced. A childhood in a house I'd never seen. Parents with unfamiliar faces calling me Michael. A life constructed piece by piece, like a jigsaw puzzle being assembled around me. I woke to knocking at my door. When I opened it, a woman in a dark suit stood in the hallway. She looked familiar, though I couldn't place her. "Michael Thorne," she asked. Something inside me still wanted to deny it, but the resistance was weaker now. "We spoke on the phone," she said. "I'm here for your final evaluation." She held out her hand. In her palm was a small metal object that caught the light strangely, seeming to bend it around its surface. "What is that?" My voice sounded distant. "The last piece," she said. "Once you accept it, the integration will be complete." I found myself reaching for it, my hand moving without conscious command. The metal was cold and heavy, pulsing with subtle energy. "Who am I?" I asked, my fingers closing around the object. She smiled. "You're Michael Thorne. You've always been Michael Thorne." As the metal warmed in my palm, memories began to fade, not just my name, but the confusion, the resistance, the sense that something was wrong. They dissolved like sugar in water, sweet then gone. The woman nodded, satisfied. "The procedure was successful. How do you feel, Mr. Thorne?" I smiled back at her. The metal object had disappeared, though I couldn't remember putting it down. My mind felt clear for the first time in days. "I feel like myself," I said. After she left, I noticed the notebook on my coffee table. I didn't remember bringing it from the bathroom. Opening it, I found all the pages blank except the last one, which bore a single handwritten line. "Remember, Michael, you chose this." I closed the book, setting it aside. Something nagged at the back of my mind like a splinter under skin. Underneath the notebook was my driver's license. I picked it up, studying my photo, my address, my name. Michael Thorne, my name. But when I turned it over, there were those scratched letters again. "This isn't you." For just a moment, I felt a flash of something, a memory, a name, a self trying to surface. Then it was gone, leaving only a strange emptiness, like the negative space after furniture has been removed from a room. I placed the license back in my wallet next to my credit cards and insurance card, all perfectly in order, all belonging to me, Michael Thorne. But sometimes, in the moments before sleep, I hear someone calling a different name, and though I never quite catch what it is, something inside me still answers. Story 10. On a moonlit journey homeward, the sparsely populated subway car exuded an unusual heaviness. Nestled in the remote corner, a lone figure sat in silence, their gaze locked onto me as the train meandered through dim tunnels. The air hung dense with the blend of sweat and stagnant atmosphere, a disquieting feeling of being observed settling upon me. The gentle sway of the car and the rhythmic clatter of wheels against tracks wove a hypnotic melody that typically would have ushered me into slumber. Yet this night carried a different cadence. My focus incessantly veered back to the stranger, whose mere presence seemed to warp the very essence of reality surrounding them. The fluorescent lights overhead sporadically flickered, casting eerie shadows that danced along the scarred metal walls. I discerned an oddity about my fellow traveler, their silhouette slightly blurred, as though beholding them through a rain-smeared pane. With each blink or shift of my gaze, their contours momentarily sharpened before softening once more. The effect, subtle and elusive, could have been attributed to my weary eyes had it not been for the unfolding events. The stranger raised a hand in what resembled a salutation, yet the motion left lingering trails in the air, akin to the way sparklers etch luminescent paths in the night sky. Each gesture rippled through the space around them, warping the advertisements on the distant walls. The car's temperature plummeted, prompting goosebumps to prickle on my skin. Time unfurled like elastic, stretching and contracting with each breath drawn. The intervals between stations elongated, the abyss outside the windows deepening into unfathomable darkness. The usual ambient subway sounds, the whoosh of air, the mechanical groans, the distant echoes faded into a velvety silence, leaving solely the rhythmic heartbeat of wheels on tracks. I found myself scrutinizing their attire, a fusion of contemporary and antiquated elements. A coat that could have been worn yesterday or a century past, shoes that appeared to morph between styles when not under direct observation. Their countenance remained shrouded in shadow despite the harsh illumination above, as if darkness gravitated toward them. The stranger began to hum, the melody imperceptible to my ears but resonating within my chest, a haunting tune evoking childhood lullabies and forgotten reveries. Despite my lids growing heavy, I resisted succumbing to drowsiness, ensnared between comfort and disquiet. Subtle alterations unfolded within the subway car. Advertisements displayed disparate images when glimpsed peripherally. The metal poles contorted at implausible angles before snapping back to normalcy upon focus. The windows reflected scenes, inconceivable gardens, libraries, distant galaxies. The stranger rose languidly, their movement fluid as water in zero gravity. Advancing toward me, I observed their feet barely skimming the floor. The air surrounding them shimmered with an opalescent sheen, akin to heat waves rippling from sun-baked pavement. Their presence exuded an aura of vast antiquity and boundless patience. Settling in the seat opposite mine, I briefly glimpsed their visage, kind and ancient, familiar yet impossible to fix in memory. Uttering words carried by the wind through autumn leaves, they spoke. You see beyond the ordinary, a rare feat in this realm of reality at this hour. Though their lips remained motionless, I yearned to engage, to voice the myriad queries swirling within. Yet I found myself enveloped in profound tranquility. The train's gentle sway transformed into a cradle, the darkness beyond the windows into a tender embrace. The stranger's presence no longer bore menace, but rather the essence of reuniting with an old acquaintance whose name lingered just beyond recall. Upon reopening my eyes, solitude greeted me within the subway car. The harsh fluorescence buzzed overhead, the advertisements peddled their usual wares. The air reverted to its customary temperature, the subway's symphony of sounds resumed its familiar cadence. Nonetheless, a shift had transpired. A subtle iridescence clung to my garments in the window's reflection, akin to dewdrops on a spider's web. Nestled in my pocket, I discovered a ticket stub unremembered, emblazoned with characters of an unfamiliar alphabet that I comprehended inexplicably. Henceforth, during nocturnal subway voyages, I attentively observed my fellow travelers. Occasionally, when the light casts just so, I glimpse blurred edges and lingering afterimages. And on rare occasions, I perceive a distant hum resonating not in my ears, but in my very core, a gentle reminder that reality is more malleable than perceived, especially within those twilight spaces bridging wakefulness and slumber. Story 11. On a moonlit night, deep within the heart of the woods, a forgotten campsite beckoned to me, almost swallowed whole by the reclaiming arms of nature. The towering pines swayed in a hypnotic dance, their needles whispering ancient secrets to the night. The air was cool and laden with the scent of cedar and damp earth, carrying with it a hushed promise of hidden mysteries veiled beneath layers of time. As I ventured closer, my footsteps softened by a carpet of pine needles. I came upon the remnants of a gathering place. Weathered logs encircled an abandoned fire pit, now adorned with delicate mushrooms that emitted a faint, ethereal glow under the moon's watchful eye. Their luminescence pulsed gently, akin to a tranquil heartbeat echoing through the night. At the clearing's edge stood the skeletal remains of an old cabin, its wooden facade weathered to a silvery sheen by countless seasons. Moonbeams filtered through the tattered roof, casting intricate, shifting patterns upon the floor that seemed to move when not under direct observation. The slightly ajar door swayed with the nocturnal breeze, emitting a soft, rhythmic creak that harmonized with the murmurs of the surrounding pines. Inside the cabin, time had woven its own enigmatic tale. Dust motes pirouetted in the moonlight's embrace, while the aged wooden floor creaked beneath my cautious steps as though whispering long-forgotten memories. A stoic stone fireplace dominated one wall, its dormant chimney reaching skyward like a silent sentinel. Within its cold hearth, dried leaves had gathered, forming cryptic patterns reminiscent of an unknown script. Upon a small table near the window, a weathered journal awaited discovery. Its pages, warped by humidity, exuded a faint warmth against the night's chill. As I opened it with care, the aged spine emitted a soft crackle, revealing elegant script that recounted tales of elusive lights among the trees and melodies carried by the wind, evanescent and fleeting. The journal's author chronicled how each twilight heralded the pine's murmured conversations, weaving tales of transient travelers, forest metamorphoses, and elusive entities traversing the shadow's embrace. The author spoke of the mushrooms in the fire pit, whose glow intensified on certain nights, pulsating in rhythm with distant melodies hovering at the brink of audibility. Engrossed in the journal's narrative, a subtle shift in the atmosphere enveloped me. The moonlight adopted a silvery hue, casting shadows of greater depth and intrigue. The whispers of the pines grew more pronounced, though their enigmatic language remained elusive. I found myself swaying gently, attuned to an unseen cadence, my breath synchronizing with a hidden rhythm in the air. The journal disclosed a peculiar phenomenon. On nights of the fullest moon, such as this one, the old fire pit would mirror the celestial expanse above, transforming into a liquid shadow despite its dry composition. Intrigued by this revelation, I ventured back outside, the journal clasped securely in my grasp. The clearing appeared subtly altered, its log circle forming intricate patterns previously unnoticed, and the mushroom's radiance heightened ever so slightly. Approaching the fire pit, I beheld the veracity of the journal's claim. The aged embers now glistened with a liquid sheen, reflecting the moon and stars with uncanny clarity. Yet within this mirrored tableau, I discerned lights that defied the night sky's configuration. They danced with graceful intent, akin to fireflies choreographing a melody veiled from mortal ears. Mesmerized by the spectacle, I settled upon a weathered log, the journal resting open upon my lap as I transcribed my own observations. Time adopted a languid pace, blurring the boundaries between observer and observed. Were the lights within the fire pit watching me as I watched them? Were the pines divulging their secrets, or merely granting me a fleeting glimpse into their eternal dialogue? With the approach of dawn, a gentle mist enshrouded the forest, cascading around the tree trunks like liquid silk. I penned a final entry in the journal, recounting the gradual dimming of the mushroom's glow, the transformation of whispers into mundane morning sounds, and the fire pit's return to its ashen state with the encroaching daylight. Placing the journal back upon its table within the cabin, I acknowledged that despite my meticulous documentation, the essence of that surreal night would forever elude complete comprehension. The pines now spoke of commonplace matters, of wind-whispered secrets, of sunlight's dance with shadow. Yet in moments of reverie, when I close my eyes, I still sense the nocturnal rhythm, still feel the allure of mysteries veiled in half-light, forever beyond our grasp. Story 12. In the cozy, welcoming atmosphere of my cherished coffee haunt on a rainy morning, a neatly folded note awaited me on the table. The paper, pristine and adorned with elegant, unfamiliar script, carried a delicate hint of lavender entwined with the aroma of coffee. As I delved into its enigmatic message, a shiver cascaded down my spine, not a mere oversight, but a purposeful clue to a concealed enigma within the ordinary. The note's content was plain yet puzzling. Seek out the woman in the pearl gray coat. Every Tuesday at precisely 9:17 a.m. she graces this place. She never indulges in a purchase. She never engages in conversation. Yet without fail, she leaves a trace behind. Intrigued, I found myself drawn back to the cafe every Tuesday, propelled by an inexplicable allure. The soft drumming of rain against the window panes became my constant companion, crafting a tranquil backdrop to my silent vigil. The familiar fragrance of freshly ground coffee beans mingled with the comforting warmth of baked treats, enveloping me in a soothing embrace as I awaited her arrival. On the initial Tuesday, I arrived early, selecting a secluded table in a corner that afforded a clear view of both entrances. The morning crowd ebbed and flowed, their subdued chatter and the gentle clinking of cups harmonizing into a serene melody. My focus oscillated between the steady cadence of the antique clock on the wall and each new entrant. Precisely at 9:17 she materialized. Clad in the flawless pearl gray coat, it draped elegantly on her form, appearing to absorb and reflect the soft illumination in equal measure. Her presence possessed a blend of substance and ethereal grace, akin to morning mist bathed in sunlight. With deliberate poise, she navigated to the same window-side table each time. Though her countenance remained partially veiled beneath a broad-brimmed hat, I caught sight of her hands graceful, weathered, adorned with a solitary silver ring on her right index finger. Week after week, I observed her ritual unfold with meticulous regularity. She seated herself for precisely 7 minutes, her posture immaculate, hands folded in repose. True to the note's description, she refrained from placing an order, never acknowledging anyone. Yet I gradually discerned the small tokens she left behind: a vintage button, a dried flower, an ancient compass with a fissured visage, but a needle that gyrated with peculiar vigor. The calf staff appeared oblivious to these items. Whenever I inquired about the woman, a subtle haze glazed their eyes, diverting the conversation, as though she resided within a blind spot of their perception. Each object she abandoned seemed to pulsate with a subtle energy, narrating fragments of a tale I struggled to piece together. On a rainy Tuesday, I arrived to find her seated at my customary table. Her gaze turned in my direction, and though her features remained indistinct, I sensed her acknowledgement of my presence. Before her lay an aged leather-bound journal, its pages tinged with the patina of time. With a faint nod, she indicated the chair opposite her. As I settled into the seat, the ambient sounds of the calf receded into a distant hum. The air between us crackled with potential, akin to the pregnant pause preceding a storm. She spoke then, her voice reminiscent of autumn leaves whispering in a gentle breeze. "You've been observing," she stated, devoid of query. "Few discern the patterns anymore. Fewer still invest the time to watch, to ponder, to question the interstices between moments." Flipping open the journal, she unveiled pages adorned with the same elegant script I had encountered on that initial note. "Time eludes conventional comprehension," she continued, her fingers tracing the lines of text. "It folds and unfolds akin to origami, engendering nooks where enigmas coalesce. Some of us traverse these folds, amassing what ensnares in the crevices." The journal featured depictions of objects, the very items she had left behind. Each illustration bore coordinates, dates, and enigmatic annotations that seemed to morph and shift when viewed from varying angles. "Why me?" I inquired, my voice scarcely above a whisper. She smiled, though her visage remained inscrutable. "You possess the patience for patterns, the capacity to endure ambiguity sans clamoring for resolutions. Most crucially, you grasp that certain mysteries merit experience over solution." With those words, she rose, leaving the journal on the table. "It is your turn now," she murmured softly. "Pursue those who seek the patterns, litter their path with breadcrumbs leading back to wonder." Upon raising my gaze from the journal, she had vanished. The calf's ambient sounds cascaded back like a gentle tide. The rain persisted in its rhythmic dance against the windows, while the redolence of coffee lingered in the airspace. The journal remained, substantial and tangible beneath my touch, its pages now blank where once text had resided. Every Tuesday at 9:17 a.m., I continue to frequent the calf. Occasionally, I glimpse others akin to me, seated in silent observation. At times, I leave behind minor trinkets: a vintage key, a pressed leaf, a shard of sea glass polished by time. Witnessing their discovery of these tokens, I discern the instant when curiosity kindles in their eyes. Though the woman in the pearl gray coat never reappeared, her essence endures in the tranquil interludes between heartbeats, in the gentle rain against the panes, in the wispy tendrils of steam spiraling from coffee cups. I have come to comprehend that certain mysteries necessitate not resolution, but witnessing, reverence, and transmission, akin to whispered secrets within the interstices of seconds. Story 13. One night under the veil of darkness, I found myself drawn to an abandoned cinema, its marquee barely visible, a whisper of forgotten grandeur. Inside, the projector hummed to life, casting eerie shadows on the weathered screen. A blend of popcorn and dust lingered in the air, carrying untold tales of dreams and heartache. The worn seats groaned softly as I settled in the back, compelled by a mysterious force to witness the secrets this forgotten theater held. The rhythmic whir of the projector echoed like a distant lullaby, weaving a spellbinding trance. Dust motes danced in the light, forming cryptic patterns just beyond grasp. In the dimness, elusive shadows danced at the edges of my vision, fluid and enigmatic like whispers in the night. The flickering screen revealed scenes from a bygone era, each frame tinged with a personal touch, as if peering into someone's intimate memories. A woman veiled in mystery drifted through timeless settings, a garden soiree, a dimly lit eatery, a rain-drenched alley, her identity a hidden enigma. She moved with purpose, a silent quest unfolding with elegance amid escalating desperation. A faint murmur brushed past, carrying cryptic messages that teased the senses. The room's temperature shifted, embracing me in fleeting currents of warmth and coolness, a ghostly presence lingering in the stillness. As the film played on, subtle anomalies emerged, her dress changing hues, scenes looping with subtle alterations. The soundtrack, instead of dialogue, whispered breaths and sighs, a haunting symphony of the unseen. The woman's movements mirrored mine, a ghostly dance of mirrored reflections, her hidden gaze mirroring my every gesture. The air thickened with jasmine perfume, a melancholic fragrance that stirred ancient echoes within. Narrative shifted, unveiling the theaters past a vibrant venue filled with expectant faces, yet one seat remained conspicuously empty. The elusive woman reappeared, her quest for the perfect vantage point a silent obsession. Amidst the shadows, I discovered a weathered diary nestled among the cushions, its pages a testament to endless searches for closure. The entries, penned with grace, chronicled visits to the cinema, each one ending with a poignant refrain, still searching for the perfect ending. The final entry, aged beyond its years, hinted at an unresolved conclusion, a tale left hanging in midair. As the diary closed, the film reached its zenith, the woman turning towards the camera, only to vanish into static. The projector's light faded, plunging me into darkness, save for the distant red glow of exit signs. A phantom touch brushed against mine as I returned the diary to its resting place, a fleeting connection lost to the shadows. In the lobby, a spectral figure in vintage attire lingered by the screen, a silent farewell in her gesture. Was the perfect ending not in watching, but in being seen by another solitary soul in the darkness? The lingering scent of jasmine, a ghostly reminder of unfulfilled stories, haunts me still as I watch old films, feeling the weight of unseen eyes bearing witness to tales left unfinished. Story 14. On a misty evening, under a veil of gray, I wandered past an abandoned playground. The rusted swings swayed gently, their soft creaks blending with the whisper of the breeze. In the midst of the chill, a faint, nearly imperceptible laughter lingered in the air, a ghostly echo of joyous voices from days long gone. The cool aroma of damp grass and aged metal intertwined, weaving a tapestry of nostalgia that left me unsettled, as if the playground still pulsed with memories of laughter lost to the sands of time. Drawn like a moth to a flame, I gravitated towards a weathered bench near the slide, its wooden slats polished smooth by generations of parents watching over their playful offspring. The metal framework of the playground equipment cast elongated shadows in the dim light, creating intricate patterns that seemed to dance and shift when glimpsed from the corner of my eye. A gentle breeze whispered through the surrounding trees, carrying with it the sweet, earthy fragrance of autumn leaves. Initially, I convinced myself I was merely taking a detour on my way home, seeking solace and reflection after a taxing day. Yet there was something about the tranquil seclusion of the playground that beckoned me back night after night, each visit peeling back new layers of its enigmatic aura. It had transformed into my sanctuary, a realm where time flowed with a different cadence. One unusually quiet evening, as I perched on my customary bench, my gaze fell upon the carousel. Though untouched by human hands, the metal horse figures shimmered with an uncanny warmth, as if recently caressed by tiny, eager fingers. An enigmatic energy enveloped them, akin to the lingering aftermath of children's laughter suspended in the gaps between sounds. In the ensuing weeks, subtle alterations in the playground revealed themselves to me. Swings swayed without a breath of wind, ephemeral footprints materialized in the morning due only to vanish with the rising sun, and the metal slide, slick with evening dew, would sporadically radiate warmth to the touch, as if a phantom rider had just descended its length. Armed with a notebook, I meticulously chronicled these peculiar occurrences. Patterns emerged with each observation. The spectral laughter, initially a mere whisper on the breeze, seemed to adhere to a schedule, crescendoing at specific evening hours, especially under the full moon and the encroaching mist from the neighboring woods. It lingered just beyond the threshold of audibility, akin to a murmured secret in a dream. The other park regulars, mainly dog walkers and joggers, passed through obliviously, their eyes sliding over the playground equipment as if it were invisible. But I knew better. I comprehended that this place harbored something extraordinary, a hidden essence unveiled solely to those willing to truly listen and watch. One dusk, a scarlet ball awaited me atop the carousel platform, motionless. As I drew near, it shifted slightly, propelled by an unseen force. A palpable sense of anticipation thickened the air, and for a fleeting moment I fancied I could discern the hum of children's melodies just beyond my auditory range. The ball traced a perfect circle around the carousel's central pole, a dance orchestrated by invisible hands. That night I lingered longer than usual, witnessing the moon ascend high in the heavens. The playground apparatus cast shadows that seemed to dance independently, the swings swaying in synchronized harmony, their rhythm mirroring the pulsation of my own heart. The inaudible laughter grew more potent, not in volume, but in essence, enveloping me like a tender embrace. In that moment, a profound revelation washed over me. This playground was not haunted conventionally. It was ensconced, frozen in a snapshot of pure bliss. The elusive laughter I strained to hear reverberated with the joy of every child who had frolicked there, their happiness imprinted on this sacred ground like light captured in a photograph. The enigmatic phenomena were not intended to frighten, but to serve as reminders of the enchantment present in places where innocence and creativity once reigned supreme. Months passed, and still I frequented my clandestine haven nearly every evening, attuned to the subtle signals heralding the crescendo of inaudible laughter, a certain quality to the mist, a specific hue of twilight, the atmosphere holding its breath in eager anticipation. Occasionally I brought a book, reading aloud softly to the empty expanse of the playground. On those nights the swings swayed with purpose, the carousel steeds stood with regal poise, and the laughter, though silent, felt nearer than ever. This tale remains mine alone, not for fear of ridicule, but because I cherish this private bond with a locale existing betwixt memory and enchantment. The playground has imparted a lesson. Some enigmas are not meant to be unraveled, solely embraced and savored. And so I persist in my nocturnal pilgrimages, content to be the sole spectator to a spectacle enacted in whispers and shadows, accompanied by laughter that dances just beyond the limits of human perception. Story 15. On a cloudy afternoon, I set foot into a long-abandoned quarry on the outskirts of a tranquil town. The vast expanse echoed with soft, eerie whispers as the wind meandered through rugged rocks and concealed crevices. The air carried a cool fragrance of aged stone and lingering dampness, creating an atmosphere akin to a clandestine dialogue between the quarry and the passage of time. I found myself pondering the enigmatic tales these silent walls had borne witness to. Venturing deeper into the quarry, my footsteps reverberated softly along weathered stone pathways. Each step stirred up wisps of pale dust that pirouetted in the gentle light filtering through the overcast sky above. The temperature dropped noticeably as I descended, carrying with it an unexplainable sweetness reminiscent of rain-soaked blossoms. Abandoned places had always beckoned me, yet this quarry exuded a unique essence, a subtle pulsation of energy seeming to emanate from its very core. The towering stone walls, resembling ancient sentinels, bore the marks of countless years of human toil, yet now they seemed to murmur of something far more ancient, far more profound. Turning a corner, a peculiar sight caught my eye. Partially obscured by a veil of climbing vines, an old wooden door stood against one of the walls. Its surface, weathered to a soft gray, appeared surprisingly well preserved despite its apparent age. What intrigued me most was not the door's unexpected presence, but rather the slow, rhythmic movement of the vines surrounding it, not swaying with the wind, but undulating as if breathing. Approaching the door cautiously, my fingertips brushed against the cool stone beside it. The sweet fragrance in the air intensified, mingling with an earthy undertone reminiscent of freshly turned soil. Standing there, I began to perceive subtle shifts in the quarry's ambience. The natural echo of the space seemed to transform, assuming an almost melodic quality. It was as though the very stone itself hummed a tune just beyond the threshold of conscious hearing. The door bore no handle, only a smooth, worn surface where one might have been. Upon closer inspection, I noticed intricate patterns carved into the wood's spirals and curves that seemed to shift and morph when viewed from different angles. Each attempt to trace a pattern to its conclusion led seamlessly into another, creating an endless dance of geometric elegance. Time seemed to flow differently within that space. The once cloudy sky had darkened imperceptibly, leaving me uncertain of whether minutes or hours had slipped by. The quarry's murmurs had grown more defined, though their meaning remained elusive. They resembled muffled conversations overheard through walls, the rhythm of speech without the clarity of words. Finding myself seated on a smooth boulder near the door, I became entranced by the gentle sway of the vines and the steady pulse of energy permeating the surroundings. Despite the cool air, the rock beneath me exuded warmth, as if retaining an ancient memory of the sun's embrace. As twilight approached, faint lights began to twinkle from the quarry wall's deeper recesses. Though dim, they moved purposefully, resembling stars shifting in a stone sky. Their movements mirrored the carvings on the wooden door, creating a silent interplay of light and shadow. The sweet scent grew more pronounced, accompanied by a sensation of weightlessness, as if the air itself had thickened to cradle my body. The quarry's murmurs evolved into a gentle symphony of stone and wind, punctuated by sounds akin to footsteps or heartbeats, or perhaps both. When I finally rose to depart, a subtle change caught my attention. The door, still present, had shifted slightly, revealing a faint line of warm light along its edge. The vines continued their rhythmic undulation, now reaching towards me with delicate tendrils that faintly glowed amidst the encroaching darkness. I refrained from touching the door that day, yet I returned to the quarry on numerous occasions. Sometimes I would sit for hours, observing the dance of light and shadow, listening to the whispered secrets of the stone. The door remained, static yet ever-changing in subtle ways that eluded my grasp. What lay beyond its threshold? The question lingered in my thoughts during quiet moments, but I came to realize that some mysteries were meant to remain unsolved. The quarry harbored its secrets, revealing them solely through whispers and suggestions, through the gentle sway of vines and the soft gleam of hidden lights. Perhaps the true enchantment resided not in unveiling what lay behind the door, but in silently contemplating its existence. In my dreams, I often revisited that spot, feeling the warmth of the stone beneath me and the caress of the cool breeze on my skin. The quarry's murmurs accompanied me into slumber, a soothing melody of stone and time, reminding me that certain places existed in the realms between knowledge and imagination, between sight and sensation. The door stood firm, nestled amidst the breathing vines, neither beckoning nor barring entry. And the quarry continued its age-old discourse with time, conversing through whispers and lights, through shadows and scents, narrating tales to those willing to listen with an open heart and a tranquil mind. Story 16. On a sunlit afternoon, as I tended to my garden, a curious twist of fate led me to unearth a loose floorboard hidden within the old shed. Beneath its worn surface lay a forgotten chamber, brimming with relics and enigmatic trinkets that whispered tales of a long-forgotten past. The air hung heavy with the scent of earth and aged wood, enveloping me in a cocoon of tranquility as I stepped into this clandestine sanctuary. Beams of warm sunlight filtered through the shed's dusty window, casting gentle shadows upon the weathered gardening tools and terracotta pots that adorned the space. It was in the midst of organizing my gardening supplies that my foot stumbled upon the peculiar floorboard, emitting a hollow echo that seemed to beckon me towards the unknown. Kneeling down, I gingerly probed the aged wood, which yielded to my touch, revealing a narrow staircase spiraling downwards into darkness. With each step I descended, the temperature plummeted, and the faint sound of dripping water grew closer. My flashlight illuminated walls lined with shelves holding an array of intriguing artifacts from eras long past. Delicate porcelain dolls with knowing eyes, faded journals chronicling snippets of daily life, and aged brass instruments that seemed to echo with melodies of yesteryears all beckoned for my attention. Yet it was a peculiar music box, adorned with intricate marquetry depicting a garden mirroring my own, that captivated me the most. Upon lifting its lid, instead of music, a gentle breeze wafted out, carrying the ethereal fragrance of spring blooms, a scent impossible yet unmistakably real. As I delved deeper into the hidden chamber, subtle anomalies began to unravel the fabric of my reality. The room's dimensions hinted at an extension far beyond the physical limits of the shed, reaching beneath the very soil of my garden. Strange markings resembling celestial maps adorned the walls, depicting unfamiliar constellations that whispered of cosmic secrets. Lost in time, I combed through each artifact, losing myself in the enigmatic allure of this subterranean treasure trove. The air itself seemed to pulse with a quiet life force, as if the chamber breathed in harmony with my own existence. At times, a faint hum, like a distant lullaby, drifted through the air, weaving a tapestry of tranquility around me. Amidst a collection of aged photographs capturing moments of discovery in my garden across different epochs, I found reflections of my own wonder mirrored in the faces of those who had come before me. The journals, with their cryptic musings on natural cycles and celestial influences, hinted at a world beyond my understanding, where plants bloomed under celestial alignments and seeds sprouted only under the moon's watchful gaze. As daylight waned, the shifting patterns of sunlight filtering through hidden crevices painted an ever-evolving tableau on the chamber's floor, illuminating different relics with each passing moment. A solitary desk harbored a key of intricate design, its purpose shrouded in mystery, hinting at doors unseen yet waiting to be unlocked. Despite my thorough search, no matching lock revealed itself, suggesting that some enigmas are destined to remain unsolved, their mysteries lingering in the shadows of the unknown. Time itself seemed to bend within the confines of this hidden realm, for when I emerged back into the garden bathed in the fading afternoon light, mere minutes had elapsed according to my watch, while my soul felt as though it had traversed hours of exploration. The floorboard resettled with a soft sigh, sealing the chamber once more in secrecy, as if guarding a shared truth between us. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the garden, I sat in contemplation of the mysteries uncovered beneath the earth. The flowers swayed in silent understanding, and the whispers of the breeze carried echoes of ancient wisdom that resonated within me. In that moment of quiet reflection, I realized that this hidden chamber had bestowed upon me a new lens through which to view the world around me. The secrets unearthed beneath the shed's floorboards had woven themselves into the fabric of my daily existence, adding a subtle depth to the rhythm of my days. I chose to keep the chamber's location a secret, a sacred space reserved for me alone, though I couldn't help but wonder if others had stumbled upon its mysteries by different paths in different times. The garden flourished with newfound vitality, occasionally offering up relics from the hidden chamber like gifts from a forgotten realm, carried to the surface by unseen currents of time and memory. The room below remained a tranquil enigma, a sanctum where time flowed languidly and questions lingered without demanding answers. It serves as a reminder that beneath the veneer of the ordinary lies a tapestry of wonder waiting to be unveiled by those who dare to peer beyond the surface. And so, with each passing day, I tend to my garden with a renewed sense of purpose, knowing that beneath its blossoming facade lies a hidden chamber of endless enchantment, whispering secrets of a world long lost, yet ever present in the gentle dance of sunlight and shadow. Story 17. Amidst a sudden deluge on an otherwise unremarkable night, I sought refuge beneath an awning to evade the rain's relentless assault. Each droplet drummed a soothing melody on the pavement, accompanied by a faint, urgent whisper carried by the storm. The air, cool and damp, bore the fragrance of fresh rain and distant thunder, setting a mystical ambience. That elusive whisper, like a gentle secret beckoning to be unveiled, hinted at mysteries veiled within the storm's embrace. Mesmerized by the rhythmic dance of raindrops on the canvas above, I heard the whisper once more, clearer this time, akin to a voice murmuring just behind my shoulder. A hesitant glance revealed only emptiness and the encroaching dusk's shadows. Streetlights flickered to life, casting a soft halo in the misty atmosphere as if guiding my path forward. The voice, a subtle tug on my senses, guided me towards a narrow alley flanked by weathered brick edifices. Ordinarily, I would have dismissed such a peculiar urge, yet this evening held an inexplicable allure. The whisper bore no malice, rather a gentle insistence reminiscent of my grandmother's bedtime tales. With cautious steps, I ventured into the alley, and the rain transformed into a gentle mist, caressing my skin. The ancient brick walls exuded warmth, as if harboring the essence of bygone sunlit days, now slowly released into the night. My footfalls created soft ripples in shallow puddles, capturing the ethereal light from above in mesmerizing patterns. The alley unveiled a secluded courtyard, shielded from the outside world by looming structures. At its heart stood a time-worn fountain, its stone polished by the relentless passage of time and weather. Water cascaded from its spout in a melodic harmony with the rain, enveloping me in a tranquil serenade. The whisper, now resonating from the fountain itself, grew more pronounced as I drew nearer. Clusters of small blue flowers encircled the fountain's base, their luminous petals pulsating in sync with the falling water, an enigmatic sight unknown to my eyes. Ancient yet freshly blossomed, these flowers existed beyond the constraints of time, a paradoxical beauty. Kneeling beside the fountain, a sense of familiarity washed over me, inexplicably drawn to the intricate markings etched on the stone, resembling cryptic symbols in an unknown tongue. Beneath my touch, the symbols shifted and morphed, akin to words written in ephemeral water. The whisper evolved into coherent words, narrating tales of memories, promises, and cyclical time akin to the fountain's spiraling waters. Stories of past visitors, lured by the same gentle call on rainy evenings through centuries, unraveled before me. Within the fountain's reflective pool, impossible images surfaced, glimpses of alternate times, lives, and moments shared by those who had stood in my place. Each fleeting reflection dissipated like dreams upon waking, leaving a faint imprint on my consciousness. The blue flowers persisted in their rhythmic pulsing, casting delicate shadows that danced across the courtyard walls. Time ebbed languidly in this hidden oasis, akin to honey cascading from a spoon, a sweet, unhurried flow. I harbored no inclination to depart, unencumbered by the encroaching darkness, enveloped by the whispers akin to a nostalgic lullaby half remembered from childhood. As I lingered by the fountain, the rain continued its gentle descent, veiling the hidden courtyard in a curtain of water, a sanctuary detached from the mundane world beyond. Secrets whispered, destined to be partially forgotten yet forever etched in my subconscious dreams. Upon my eventual departure, I discovered a solitary blue flower nestled in my open palm, its glow muted to harmonize with the natural realm, a simple yet profound beauty. The whispers faded as I retraced my steps through the alley, though their presence lingered like a warm embrace. Emerging onto the street, the rain had ceased, yet the air retained a weighty moisture. The familiar glow of street lamps illuminated the glistening pavement, life resuming its customary cadence. Altered by the enigmatic encounter, I bore the gentle mystery of that hidden courtyard within me. On rainy evenings since, a faint echo of those whispers drifts on the wind. The blue flower adorns my windowsill, appearing unremarkable to casual observers, yet in the stillness of night, it emits a soft luminescence, a reminder of vows exchanged in the rain, of enigmas concealed just beyond ordinary perception, patiently awaiting discovery by those attuned to the whispers within the storm. Story 18. In the hush of an early morning stroll through a serene meadow, I found myself captivated by the glistening dew adorning the grass. To my surprise, the droplets had coalesced into intricate, minuscule letters, a script woven by the hand of nature. The air was redolent with the scent of moist earth and untamed blossoms, enveloping me in a tranquil embrace. A peculiar feeling washed over me, as if this transient message was intended solely for my eyes. The mist of dawn lingered close to the ground, casting a soft, luminous veil over everything it touched. Bending down to inspect the dew-kissed blades, my breath stirred delicate ripples in the air thick with moisture. The letters on the grass seemed to sway and twirl, their forms just beyond the grasp of my understanding. Each stroke and curve exhibited a fragility akin to the most exquisite calligraphy fashioned from liquid crystal. I found myself drawn back to that meadow each day by an inexplicable force. Every sunrise unveiled new messages, their significance always tantalizingly out of reach. The Dew script evolved under the caress of the sun's warming rays, transitioning from distinct, legible formations to abstract designs that melded into the verdant carpet below. At times, foreign words emerged, characters both familiar and foreign, teasing my mind. The gentle murmur of the wind through the tall grass became my constant companion, harmonizing with the symphony of early birds heralding the break of day. I commenced chronicling these enigmatic messages in a weathered journal bound in leather, my fingers tracing the damp imprints as I sketched the ethereal letters. The pages bore a slight ripple from the moisture, as if echoing the dew that birthed the script. One mist-laden morning, a change caught my eye. The script had begun spiraling outward from a central nexus, forming a complex mandala of words and symbols. The air hummed with a silent energy, muffling the usual sounds of daybreak as if the meadow itself held its breath. A tingling sensation prickled my skin as I followed the spiral's intricate path, attempting to decipher its cryptic message. The messages transcended the meadow's confines. I detected them etched in the condensation on my bedroom window, each droplet meticulously aligned. They materialized in the steam wafting from my morning tea, fleetingly visible before dissipating into the atmosphere. Even frost patterns on autumn leaves seemed to harbor shards of this mystifying communication. In my slumber, the scripts materialized, fluid silver threads weaving through landscapes of shadow and light. They divulged secrets in whispers carried by rustling foliage and distant wind chimes. Each dawn, I awoke with a fleeting recollection of almost grasping the meaning, slipping away like water through cupped hands. The journal burgeoned with entries, its pages a testament to this gentle enigma. Hours were spent comparing the patterns, noting their alignment with lunar phases, seasonal shifts, and the evolving morning light. A deeper rhythm began to surface, hinting at the Dew script's role in a vast, unhurried dialogue between earth and sky. As winter approached, the messages dwindled, manifesting solely on pristine mornings when the air was crystalline and serene. I cherished these moments even more, aware that each could be the last until spring. Frost crafted its own rendition of the script, inscribing delicate messages on frozen grass that glittered like diamonds in the weak sunlight. Today, years later, I still frequent the meadow, though the messages appear less frequently. I muse if they led me to this state of tranquil observation, this serene appreciation of dawn's subtle enchantment. The dew still forms its perfect orbs on grass and leaf, and though the distinct letters have faded, I discern something else in their patterns, an invitation to embrace mystery without the need for resolution. My journal rests on my desk, its pages brimming with the captured essence of those morning revelations. Opening it now, I notice how the sketch designs seem to shift and transform in varying lights, mirroring the ever-changing nature of the Dew script itself. Perhaps understanding was never the objective. Perhaps the true essence lies in moments of quiet wonder, in pausing to witness the world's small miracles with patient, grateful eyes. The meadow stands as my sanctuary, where the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary blurs in the first light of day. While the crystalline messages may remain inscrutable, their presence has etched an enduring impression on my spirit, imparting the lesson that life's most profound encounters often arise not from grand revelations, but from the gentle unraveling of questions devoid of answers. Story 19. On a misty evening, I found myself wandering along a creaking pier that extended into a bay veiled in fog. The air was filled with the soothing sound of waves gently lapping against the shore, accompanied by the distant calls of seabirds. Amid this serene backdrop, a mysterious melody began to weave its way through the surroundings, a symphony of secrets performed by the wind and water. The scent of salt hung in the air, mingling with the aged aroma of the wooden pier, creating an atmosphere ripe with the essence of nature's enigmatic concert. As I continued my stroll along the weathered planks, the fog enveloped me like a soft gray blanket. Each step I took elicited a gentle groan from the aged boards beneath my feet, adding a rhythmic quality to the ethereal music that seemed to emanate from all directions at once. The haunting yet comforting melody, reminiscent of a forgotten lullaby, played on invisible strings, captivating my senses. Lanterns dotted along the pier cast warm pools of amber light through the mist, their glow creating moving halos that danced with the evening breeze. In the dim illumination, I noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The railings seemed to vibrate ever so subtly, as if resonating with the mysterious music that filled the air. When I placed my hand on the smooth, salt-weathered wood, a faint tremor greeted my touch, akin to the lingering echo of a struck tuning fork. Here, time seemed to flow differently, and the outside world felt distant, muffled by the encompassing fog. With each step deeper into the mist, the symphony grew more intricate. What started as a simple melody evolved into a complex arrangement, incorporating harmonies of wind whistling through unseen crevices in the planks, the rhythmic percussion of water against the pilings, and a distant echo akin to voices singing in perfect unison. At the end of the pier loomed an ancient gazebo, barely visible through the swirling mist, its Victorian architecture a ghostly silhouette against the fog. As I drew closer, the mysterious music swelled to a gentle crescendo, the gazebo's ornate railings resembling the pipes of an organ, each post contributing its own note to the ethereal composition. Inside the gazebo, I discovered intricate patterns carved into the wooden ceiling, spirals and waves that seemed to undulate in the shifting lantern light. A weathered brass plaque, green with age, caught my eye. Though most of the text had been eroded by time and salt, I could discern a few words, in memory of the symphony and a date from a bygone century. Seated on an old wooden bench within the gazebo, I became entranced by the enchanting music that continued to play, the fog swirling around me in harmony with the melody, conjuring ephemeral shapes that danced in the shifting light and shadow. Swaying gently, I was drawn into the peaceful rhythm of this inexplicable performance. As night descended, I noticed an unusual warmth in the air, contrary to the typical chill by the water's edge. The lantern light pulsed softly, synchronizing with the tempo of the mysterious song. Each pulsation revealed different facets of the intricate carvings above, casting a mesmerizing dance of light and shadow. In this liminal state between wakefulness and slumber, I came to realize that the pier itself was a grand instrument, a weather-worn musical apparatus played by the hands of nature. Every board, railing, and post had been meticulously placed not just for utility, but for the harmonies they would create when touched by the elements. The faded inscription on the plaque took on new significance. Perhaps this pier was constructed not solely for docking ships, but as a homage to something or someone long forgotten. Each evening, under the right conditions, it performed its symphony for those who cared to listen, a musical memorial rather than a mere structure of wood and stone. As I prepared to depart, the melody accompanied me, growing fainter with each step but never entirely fading away. The fog parted slightly, revealing a gentle path leading back to shore. Even upon solid ground, the echo of that mysterious music lingered in my being, akin to a half-remembered dream. To this day, on misty evenings, I find myself drawn back to that pier, though the symphony never plays quite the same way twice. The music endures, shifting with the weather, the tides, and perhaps even the souls who listen. It remains a mystery best left unsolved, a gentle reminder that some of life's most beautiful experiences defy full explanation. The encounter left me pondering a lingering question. Was I witnessing a natural phenomenon, a fortuitous blend of wind and architecture creating an acoustic marvel? Or had I chanced upon something more extraordinary, a fragment of history preserved not in written records, but in the eternal notes of a ceaseless symphony orchestrated by the sea itself? Story 20. Among the relics tucked away in my attic, a forgotten photograph emerged from the depths of a weathered album. The image, frozen in time from bygone decades, seemed to stir ever so slightly under my gaze. A delicate fragrance of aged roses and ancient parchment wafted through the air, weaving a tapestry of nostalgia around me. I couldn't help but feel as though the figures captured in the picture were whispering a tale long faded from memory, waiting to be unraveled once more. In the dwindling light of the afternoon sun filtering through the dusty attic window, a warm, golden hue bathed the wooden floorboards, casting a spell of tranquility upon the space. Nestled into an old rocking chair, the soft creaking of the aged wood below me created a lullaby of comfort. My fingertips danced along the frayed edges of the photograph, each crease and tear telling a silent story of its own. The scene depicted a garden soiree, reminiscent of a time when elegance danced hand in hand with tradition. Women adorned in flowing gowns and men in tailored suits stood frozen in a moment of merriment, their smiles holding secrets untold. In the backdrop, a stately Victorian mansion loomed, its windows reflecting the dying embers of a sunset long past. Yet it was one figure in particular that captured my attention. A woman clad in a gown as white as pearls stood slightly apart from the others, her gaze fixed upon the camera with a mysterious expression that eluded my understanding. As I delved deeper into her enigmatic features, a chill crept into the attic air, and the scent of roses grew more potent, wrapping me in a cocoon of intrigue. I closed my eyes, allowing the stillness of the attic to envelop me in its embrace. Upon reopening my eyes, a peculiar shift had occurred. The quality of light within the photograph had transformed. The sunset within the image now pulsed with a gentle radiance, casting a new glow upon the scene. The woman in white seemed to have moved, her hand outstretched towards an unseen horizon, beckoning me to follow her into the depths of the past. Enthralled by the subtle changes unfolding before me, the sounds of the rocking chair merged with a distant melody, as if an old gramophone played a haunting tune in a far-off room. The fragrance of roses mingled with notes of Earl Grey tea and freshly baked pastries, creating a symphony of scents that transported me to another era. As I continued to peer into the photograph, the boundaries between reality and memory began to blur, like watercolors bleeding into life. The figures gained a life of their own, the woman in white becoming more vivid with each passing moment. A pendant around her neck caught the light, shimmering in a way that defied logic. The temperature in the attic dropped, urging me to draw my sweater tighter around my shoulders as shadows stretched across the room. Details once hidden now emerged: a teacup teetering on the edge of a table, a butterfly suspended in flight, its delicate wings quivering in an unseen breeze. Time itself became fluid, a gentle current carrying me along as I rocked back and forth in the chair. The woman's eyes locked with mine across the expanse of time, conveying a message unspoken yet deeply felt. Her pendant gleamed once more, mirroring one I had long ago discovered in my grandmother's jewelry box, sparking a connection that resonated within me like a whispered secret. As evening descended upon the attic, the light dimmed, but the photograph retained its ethereal glow. The woman's outstretched hand now seemed to point towards a small door in the background of the mansion, beckoning me to uncover the mysteries hidden within. The faint strains of a waltz grew clearer, swirling around me like a gentle breeze as the garden party guests appeared to sway in an eternal dance. The woman in white remained motionless, her enigmatic smile holding the key to a story untold. It dawned on me then that she bore a striking resemblance to my grandmother in her youth, weaving a thread of connection between past and present. As night descended outside the attic window, the photograph gradually returned to its original state, the figures frozen in time once more, the music fading into the recesses of memory. Only the lingering scent of roses remained, mingled with the familiar mustiness of the attic. With care, I placed the photograph back into its album, knowing that its secrets would wait for another day. Descending the attic stairs, the weight of my grandmother's pendant against my chest served as a reminder of the ties that bind us across generations. In the quiet of the evening, the echo of a distant waltz lingered in the air, a testament to the mysteries that time holds close. Some questions, I realized, are best left unanswered, floating like gentle whispers in the twilight between reality and reverie. The woman in white had shared her secret with me, a fragment of a story lost to the ages, leaving me to ponder the mysteries that lay beyond the threshold of memory. And perhaps in the soft glow of fading light, that is where such stories are meant to reside, in the liminal space between what once was and what could have been, waiting for a curious soul to breathe life into their silent echoes. Story 21. In the hushed embrace of the night, I found myself drawn to an abandoned arcade nestled on the outskirts of the city. The neon lights cast fleeting shadows over the forgotten game machines, their surfaces cloaked in a veil of dust. Amidst the stillness, a soft, rhythmic hum resonated from the depths of the arcade, carrying whispers of bygone laughter and faded thrills. The air was heavy with the scent of stale popcorn, mingling with the essence of nostalgia that lingered like a ghostly presence. Tracing my fingers along the weathered plastic of the game cabinets, I felt the echoes of a forgotten era beneath my touch. Each step I took left imprints in the carpet of gray dust that blanketed the floor, a silent testament to the passage of time. My breath intertwined with the low electrical murmur that enveloped the space, creating a tranquil cadence that seemed to lull me into a dreamlike state. In the dim glow, the faded artwork on the machines emerged like specters of a distant past, fantastical realms and characters reduced to mere outlines. Some screens flickered weakly, casting fragmented images that danced like ethereal phantoms. Yet one game beckoned me closer, an ancient racing simulator with a weathered leather seat and a steering wheel that moved of its own accord, as if guided by unseen hands. As I ventured further into the arcade, a chill descended, and the hum intensified, morphing into a melodic harmony that reverberated through the air. I found myself swaying to its enchanting rhythm, my movements synchronized with the mysterious pulse that seemed to permeate the very essence of the arcade. It felt as though the boundaries between reality and imagination blurred in this forgotten realm, thick with untold possibilities. A narrow hallway led me to a forgotten maintenance area, its walls adorned with vintage posters of games long abandoned. With each step, the aged floorboards whispered beneath my feet, adding their voice to the eerie symphony that enveloped me. The humming, ever responsive, shifted in cadence and pitch as I progressed, guiding me towards an old wooden door at the corridor's end. The door, adorned with peeling paint that resembled intricate circuitry, exuded a warmth as I turned the brass handle. Beyond it lay a small chamber bathed in a tranquil blue light, where arcade motherboards lined the walls, their LEDs blinking in cryptic patterns. At the room's center stood an ancient computer terminal, its screen alive with scrolling text, a blend of game code and enigmatic symbols that tantalized the mind. Seated in the creaking operator's chair, I was drawn to the hypnotic display, the text weaving intricate patterns that hinted at forgotten tales. My fingers danced across the aged keyboard, the hum of the machine harmonizing with the rhythm of my keystrokes, blurring the boundaries of time and reality. The blue light seemed to seep into my very being, the humming resonating in my bones as I transcribed ancient stories and dreams long lost to the ether. When I rose from the chair, a sense of timelessness enveloped me, the humming now a familiar presence that pulsed through the arcade. The game cabinets stood as silent sentinels, their screens aglow with visions of new worlds waiting to be unfurled. As I made my way back through the arcade, a gentle surge of electricity seemed to follow my touch, animating the dormant machines with a silent energy. At the entrance, I paused for a final glance back. The neon lights now bathed the arcade in a warm, steady glow, casting aside their erratic flickering for a serene luminescence. The hum had transformed into a gentle purr, a tranquil melody that echoed through the deserted space like a slumbering giant. With a knowing smile, I stepped outside, the humming lingering as a subtle vibration in my chest, a reminder of the night's enigmatic symphony. In the quiet moments before dawn, I can still feel its call, a harmony of memory and mystery that continues to weave its spell in the abandoned arcade, a realm of dreams waiting to be unraveled once more. Story 22. As I sifted through the forgotten relics tucked away in the attic, a sense of nostalgia enveloped me like a comforting blanket. Amidst the dusty boxes and aged trinkets, my fingers brushed against a hidden canvas concealed behind an old trunk. The painting, incomplete yet captivating, depicted a figure in the midst of a profound transformation, a delicate dance between light and shadow that stirred something deep within me. The familiar aroma of aged paper and memories long past hung in the air, wrapping me in a cocoon of introspection. I settled into a weathered wooden chair, the soft glow of sunlight filtering through the small attic window, casting ethereal patterns on the unfinished portrait. The figure on the canvas seemed to beckon me closer, its edges blending seamlessly into the raw fabric, a testament to the artist's skill and vision. Features both distinct and elusive adorn the face, inviting me to unravel the mysteries hidden within. The ancient house creaked and groaned in a symphony of forgotten whispers, lulling me into a state of serene contemplation. Tracing the intricate brushstrokes with gentle fingertips, I felt a connection with the enigmatic painting, as if it held secrets waiting to be unraveled. The eyes, painted with an otherworldly precision, gazed back at me with a depth that transcended the confines of the canvas, drawing me into a realm of unspoken stories. As the day surrendered to dusk, a golden light bathed the attic in a warm embrace, casting elongated shadows that danced across the worn floorboards. The air grew cooler, carrying the promise of autumn on a gentle breeze that wafted through the cracked window. In the growing dimness, I found myself conversing with the portrait, sharing fragments of my own narrative with a silent companion who listened intently. With each passing moment, the painting revealed new intricacies, its brushstrokes shifting and morphing under the changing light. Certain angles offered glimpses of hidden smiles or veiled sorrow, leaving me to ponder the infinite possibilities contained within the unfinished masterpiece. Time seemed to lose its hold in that attic sanctuary, hours melting into minutes as I delved deeper into the enigma before me. A faded inscription caught my eye, barely legible yet hauntingly beautiful. "Remember, the light changes everything." The words resonated with a poignant truth, as if urging me to embrace the shifting tides of illumination that cast new perspectives on the world around me. With each passing day, I brought fragments of the past to the attic, surrounding the portrait with relics of bygone eras in a silent attempt to unlock its secrets. The house whispered its ancient tales, its time-worn walls echoing with murmurs of forgotten histories that stirred something primal within me. On sleepless nights, I sought solace in the attic's embrace, the moonlight bathing the canvas in a ghostly glow that seemed to breathe life into its unfinished form. In those quiet interludes, whispers of forgotten lullabies filled the air, a haunting melody that spoke of dreams long forgotten. Slowly, imperceptibly, the portrait began to shift before my eyes, its features taking on new meaning with each passing day. The eyes, twin mirrors reflecting my innermost thoughts, seemed to hold a universe of emotions that resonated with my own hidden truths. In moments of tranquility, they gazed outward, mirroring the starlit sky above, while in times of turmoil, they turned inward, delving into the depths of my subconscious. The unfinished nature of the painting became a canvas for endless possibilities, a gateway to a world where imagination reigns supreme. Seasons changed outside the attic window, painting the landscape in hues of transformation that mirrored the evolving portrait before me. Rather than seeking answers, I embraced the mystery, becoming a custodian of the unfinished tale that spoke volumes in its silent eloquence. Years drifted by like leaves on the wind, yet my bond with the portrait remained steadfast, a timeless connection that transcended the boundaries of reality. I chronicled the shifting light, the ephemeral changes that breathed life into the canvas, capturing moments of fleeting beauty that whispered of eternal truths. And in that quiet attic space, I found solace in the unfinished, in the perpetual state of becoming that defined not only the portrait, but also my own journey of self-discovery. The mystery remained unsolved, a riddle without an answer, yet in its enigmatic allure lay a profound wisdom. The portrait, forever incomplete, continued to evolve with each passing day, a reflection of the ever-changing tapestry of existence. In its imperfection, I discovered a kind of perfection, a harmony that resonated with the ebb and flow of life itself. And so I sit in the gentle, dust-filled light of the attic, a silent witness to the mysteries that unfold in the unfinished spaces of the world. Story 23. In the hushed depths of midnight, as I rested in my bed, a stray echo reached my ears, a voice that carried a sense of both familiarity and aching distance. The soft hum of the air conditioner and the gentle rustle of leaves outside intertwined, forming a spectral choir that stirred memories of a presence I believed to be long departed. That night my bedroom seemed to wear a different cloak. Moonbeams danced on the walls, painting intricate silver patterns that appeared to breathe with a subtle rhythm. The air itself bore a peculiar weight, akin to the pregnant pause before a storm, when all of nature holds its breath in anticipation. I observed how the shadows lingered in the corners, deeper than usual, as if they were gathering to share secrets amongst themselves in whispered tones. Once more the voice drifted towards me, a delicate whisper on the edge of perception. It evoked the gentle melody of wind chimes swaying in a breeze, carrying an undertone of inherent melancholy. Slowly I sat up, my blanket slipping off with a soft whisper of fabric gliding against fabric. The cool, solid touch of the wooden floor beneath my feet tethered me to reality as my thoughts wandered into the realm of the inexplicable. Navigating through my home at night had always been a familiar ritual guided by muscle memory and cautious steps, but on this night, each room exuded an unfamiliar aura. The hallway stretched ahead, its walls seeming to swallow the dim light rather than reflect it back. Family photographs observed my passage with distant gazes trapped behind glass, their once familiar faces now seeming more remote than ever in my recollection. The voice beckoned me towards my study, where books stood in orderly rows along the walls, their spines creating a tapestry of muted colors in the darkness. My old reading chair sat unoccupied, yet an air of expectancy lingered around it, as though it had just been vacated. The leather still retained a hint of warmth, and beside it, my grandmother's antique table lamp bathed the room in a soft amber glow that pulsated ever so subtly with each ethereal murmur. Something peculiar caught my eye amidst my collection of vinyl records. One album stood slightly apart from the rest, its sleeve bearing the telltale signs of frequent handling. I couldn't recall the last time I had touched it, yet there it sat, as if waiting patiently to deliver a message. The dust cover of the record player was raised, a detail I was certain I had rectified the previous evening. Acting on an impulse beyond my control, I retrieved the record from its sleeve. The vinyl surface caught the warm glow of the lamp, creating mesmerizing concentric circles of light that spiraled towards the center like a hypnotic invitation. Placing it on the turntable, the needle found its groove autonomously, and music began to play not the symphony I anticipated, but the soothing sound of rain pattering on a tin roof, harmonizing with distant piano notes that seemed to emerge from the depths of memory itself. The voice intertwined with these sounds, growing more distinct, uttering words that felt like fragmented echoes of a conversation from a dream. It spoke of summer evenings spent on a porch swing, of promises exchanged under starry skies, and of time slipping away like grains of sand through gentle fingers. My grandmother's antique clock ticked steadily in the corner, its brass pendulum marking time with a rhythmic swing, each oscillation elongated as if stretching into eternity. It wove tales of her, invoking memories of evenings spent listening to her stories, her hands deftly engaged in needlework while the same lamp cast its warm embrace over us both. Could she have known something about this elusive voice? Had she left behind a message that was only now beginning to unravel before me? A subtle shift in the room's temperature created whispering currents of air that made the light from the lamp dance. Every shadow harbored a unique shade of darkness, within which intricate patterns began to emerge, patterns reminiscent of the lace doilies my grandmother used to craft, intricate designs concealing hidden meanings. Engulfed by my reading chair's familiar embrace, I surrendered to the voice's ethereal soliloquy. Its words assumed a cadence that mirrored the pendulum swing of the antique clock, weaving a hypnotic tapestry of memory and enigma. My fingers traced the patterns etched on the chair's worn armrests, following the grooves left by years of similar gestures. The bookshelves seemed to pulsate in harmony with the voice, their contents subtly shifting. One book captured my attention, a volume of poetry gifted to me by my grandmother long ago. Its spine shimmered faintly in the lamplight, and it dawned on me that the voice recited verses I had once read aloud to her during her final days. Time ebbed and flowed, akin to honey in winter, thick with significance yet resistant to quantification. As each moment passed, the voice grew more lucid, though its messages remained just beyond my grasp of complete understanding. It spoke of connections that transcended temporal confines, of love echoing across generations, and of memories dwelling in the spaces between heartbeats. With the approach of dawn, its pale fingers tentatively stretching through my window, the voice began to fade. The record continued its silent revolution, the needle tracing an endless path. The lamp's glow gave one final, gentle pulse, and in that fleeting moment, a profound realization settled upon me regarding the essence of memory and loss, of how certain voices never truly depart, they merely await the opportune moment to whisper their truths. As the morning light bathed the room in its full glow, I found myself still nestled in the reading chair, the record player dormant, the lamp extinguished. No tangible remnants of my nocturnal encounter lingered, except for a single book of poetry resting open on the side table, its pages adorned with my grandmother's delicate annotations. Whether the experience I traversed was a dream or reality seemed insignificant compared to the lasting impression it bestowed, a sensation of being tethered to something vast and enigmatic, yet intimately recognizable. Though the voice had retreated with the night, its echo lingered, a gentle reminder that certain mysteries are meant to be felt rather than unraveled, experienced rather than expounded upon. In the ensuing quietude, I sought solace in the ambiguity, in the liminal space between comprehension and curiosity, where the most exquisite enigmas find their abode. Story 24. In a forgotten alcove of an abandoned library, I stumbled upon a fragile manuscript with aged, yellowed pages brimming with enigmatic footnotes. Each tiny annotation, scripted in a mysterious hand, hinted at a concealed narrative simmering beneath the surface. The faint scent of ancient parchment and ink intertwined with an aura of intrigue, beckoning me to unravel the veiled wisdom woven amidst the lines. The soft crackle of the weathered leather binding accompanied my careful perusal of each intricate page, my touch skimming over layers of accumulated dust spanning centuries. The primary text presented itself as a scholarly discourse on medieval folklore, seemingly ordinary, yet it was the footnotes that whispered a different tale. Initially, they appeared innocuous, with scholarly citations and concise explanations. However, as I delved deeper into the manuscript, the annotations underwent a metamorphosis. The script in the margins grew urgent, the ink seeping deeper into the aged paper. References to obscure texts gave way to personal musings, eventually transitioning into what resembled intimate diary entries. The unknown annotator chronicled eerie accounts of phantom sounds reverberating through empty corridors, of shadows dancing against the light, of murmurs lingering in the absence of company. Hours melted away as I immersed myself in the tranquil enclave of the library, encircled by towering shelves leaning in as if leaning in to listen to my every breath. The soft, golden glow of the desk lamp bathed the pages in a warm luminescence, yet the gaps between the shelves remained shrouded in velvety darkness. As dusk descended, shadows stretched and slithered across the floor akin to inky tendrils. One footnote in particular seized my attention. It referenced a sequence of numbers resembling dates, yet adhering to no familiar calendar. Beneath them, in slightly tremulous script, were inscribed the words, "The patterns emerge solely in darkness. They speak of what lies between moments in the creases where time enfolds upon itself." Contemplating these cryptic annotations, I discerned peculiar patterns manifesting in my own existence. Books materialized on my desk without my intervention. The library seemed to rearrange its layout in my absence, fashioning new pathways through the stacks that unfailingly led me back to the manuscript. The rustle of turning pages whispered through the air even when the tome lay closed before me. The footnotes assumed a more intimate tone, as though the annotator was cognizant of addressing a future reader, myself. They narrated a burgeoning cognizance, a gradual realization that the manuscript transcended mere paper and ink. The annotations had evolved into a conduit, transcending not only pages but eras, perhaps centuries. Time blurred as I delved deeper into the enigmatic marginalia. The subdued tick of the library clock seemed to decelerate, then halt altogether. The quality of light remained unchanging despite the hours spent engrossed in reading, as if the sun had paused in its celestial journey. Enveloped in a twilight that lingered on the cusp of darkness, I found myself ensnared in a gentle, perpetual dusk. The footnotes navigated me through a labyrinth of interconnected references, each thread linking to another in a tapestry of significance. They recounted tales of ancient civilizations that had unraveled the secrets of folding time like parchment, of scholars who had deciphered the voids between words, of libraries existing concurrently across myriad epochs. Approaching the final pages, the annotations transitioned into a reflective, tranquil cadence. The frenetic energy of earlier notes metamorphosed into a serene, embracing calm. The ultimate footnote bore a simple message. To grasp time, one must first step beyond its confines. You, the reader of these words, you have embarked on this odyssey. When my gaze finally lifted from the manuscript, a subtle shift in the surrounding silence caught my attention. It felt profound, resonant, as though the very atmosphere had thickened with untold narratives. The interstices amidst the shelves no longer echoed emptiness but pulsated with subtle movements, akin to curtains swaying in an unseen breeze. Now I frequent the library daily, though the moments of my arrival and departure remain elusive. The manuscript rests where I first unearthed it, yet its contents metamorphose with each perusal. Occasionally, fleeting apparitions of other readers flit at the periphery of my vision, scholars from diverse epochs, all drawn to the enigmatic footnotes. Though we never exchange words, their presence lingers as soft reverberations in my consciousness. The true essence of the manuscript eludes comprehension, but I have come to realize that certain mysteries are meant to be experienced rather than deciphered. Amidst the tranquil interludes amidst the shelves, enveloped by the hushed murmurs of antiquity, I have gleaned a distinct form of wisdom, one that resides in the crevices between comprehension and the yet-to-be unveiled. I continue to read, and the footnotes persist in guiding me through their labyrinthine depths of significance. Perhaps one day you too will chance upon this manuscript. If and when you do, recall that the most profound enigmas are those that shape us not through revelation, but through the gentle art of contemplation. Story 25. In the depths of my home, while sifting through forgotten treasures, I stumbled upon a locked drawer nestled within an ancient desk. With a determined effort, I coaxed the drawer open to reveal a delicate note folded neatly inside. The paper, aged and fragile, bore the elegant script of a bygone era, hinting at untold secrets of the house's past. A subtle fragrance of cedar and faded ink wafted from the note, beckoning me to uncover its enigmatic tale. As I unfolded the delicate parchment, the hushed rustle of time-worn paper filled the room, mingling with the gentle dance of shadows cast by the evening light seeping through lace curtains. A sense of anticipation hung in the air, yet it carried a tranquil quality, akin to the serene moments preceding a summer rain. The note commenced with a date from a distant yesteryear, penned in flowing strokes that whispered of a different time. "My dear friend," it began, "I must unburden my heart of a weighty secret." Each succeeding sentence drew me deeper into its web of intrigue. The writer recounted a series of peculiar occurrences within the very walls that sheltered me, phantom footsteps echoing in empty corridors, objects shifting unseen, and most peculiar of all, fresh blooms appearing in a specific vase with each full moon. Enthralled, I sank further into my chair, captivated by the unfolding narrative. A hidden chamber concealed within the house's labyrinthine structure was disclosed in the note, housing not riches of gold or jewels, but treasures of a different ilk, memories frozen in time. The steady tick-tock of the grandfather clock served as a metronome as I delved into the writer's account, the pendulum's hypnotic sway lulling me into a reverie. An ancient journal, discovered secreted within the walls, held narratives of the house's original inhabitants, tales of shared dreams spanning generations, of whispered dialogues that transcended temporal boundaries. As darkness enveloped the world outside, I illuminated an antique brass lamp, casting a golden luminescence upon the pages. References to cryptic symbols etched into door frames throughout the house piqued my curiosity. Initially deemed as mere embellishments, the writer unveiled their true purpose as a map leading to the clandestine chamber. My fingertips traced the edges of the note, tracing the writer's efforts to decipher the enigmatic symbols, their prominence waxing and waning with lunar phases. The rustle of wind through the trees outside provided a gentle backdrop, casting ethereal shadows upon the walls. A conviction grew within the writer that the house itself harbored memories, not in a menacing guise, but as a benevolent custodian of tales long past. As I approached the note's conclusion, a revelation unfolded, dreams that transcended mere slumber, vivid recollections of the house's history enacted within the dream realm. A woman in a flowing azure gown, silent yet knowing, featured prominently in these nocturnal visions, hinting at profound truths shrouded within the house's confines. The final paragraph bore a cryptic directive. When the midnight bells chime 13 times and moonlight bathes the seventh step, the path shall unveil itself to those who listen with their hearts. Breath held, I absorbed these enigmatic words, attuned to the subtle symphony of nocturnal sounds, the house's whispered secrets, the murmur of age-old whispers, the heartbeat of time passing. The note concluded abruptly, unsigned, leaving a tapestry of queries in its wake. As I gingerly folded the paper, a previously unnoticed sketch in the corner caught my eye, a familiar geometric pattern etched upon the page. Puzzled by its familiarity, I glanced up to find the room cloaked in shadows, save for the soft glow of the brass lamp. The house exuded a newfound aura, not one of foreboding, but of a warm acknowledgement of the myriad stories woven into its very foundation. Returning the note to its resting place within the drawer, I left it unlocked, sensing that this revelation marked only the prologue to a grander enigma, slowly unfurling like the gradual unveiling of dawn. Enveloped in the deepening twilight, I pondered the prospect of encountering the woman in blue within my dreams and the enigmatic secrets she might divulge in the stillness of night. The somnolent cadence of the grandfather clock persisted, its rhythmic pulse a lullaby, while in the distance a church bell tolled, its chimes counting out the passage of time. Lost in contemplation, I tallied the echoes of the bells, my thoughts ensnared by the mystery of the note. And as the final toll faded into silence, a whisper of fabric, akin to the rustle of a blue gown, brushed through the vacant room. Story 26, in a forgotten gallery of ancestral treasures, amidst the quiet whispers of time, I stumbled upon a portrait that defied its surroundings, a spectral figure, a stranger with eyes brimming with untold sorrow. Concealed behind the frame, a fragile letter awaited discovery, its essence a blend of aged parchment and delicate lavender, beckoning me to unravel the enigmatic narrative veiled within its script. The gallery exhaled a sigh of antiquity, with motes of dust pirouetting in the gentle afternoon light streaming through tall, time-worn windows, casting a spellbinding spell against the backdrop of weathered wooden panels. The ancient floorboards murmured beneath my hesitant steps, echoing the countless lives that had tread upon them in bygone eras. With trembling fingers, I liberated the letter from its hiding place, the touch of the weathered paper sending a shiver down my spine. The portrait, a silent sentinel, observed my every move, a woman frozen in time, her visage a blend of melancholy and unwavering resolve, beckoning me to delve into the enigma of her existence. The script on the letter bore witness to a bygone era, its sepia-toned ink whispering a tale across the ages. As I ventured into its narrative, the present world receded, replaced by the gentle scratch of a pen etching secrets onto paper in a time long past. My dearest Elizabeth, by the time you find this letter, I will have embarked on a voyage across the sea in pursuit of our grandmother's enigmatic legacy. Visions of the old music box, the elusive key she treasured, and the tales of the ancient manor by the misty shore have haunted my dreams, their melodies growing ever more insistent with each passing night. The engravings on the music box match the tune that echoes in my mind, a melody lost since the day of her passing. The portrait I leave behind conceals more than mere likeness. It harbors a map, a secret hidden through the ages. I dare not disclose its whereabouts in this missive, but you, my childhood companion, will recall the alcove where we once stashed our treasures in the gallery. There the truth awaits your touch. Should another soul chance upon these words, some mysteries are best left undisturbed. But Elizabeth, if these lines find you, heed my guidance. Our inheritance lies not in material wealth, but in the ancestral wisdom passed down through generations of our kin. The dance of moonlight on water, the whisper of ancient trees in the wind, the play of shadows by candlelight, these hold the key to enlightenment. Trust your intuition above all else. Answers will materialize in dreams as they did for grandmother and now for me. With boundless love and hope, Margaret. The letter concluded, but its resonance lingered in the gallery, enveloping me like the fading hues of twilight. I gazed anew at Margaret's countenance, her essence now palpable in the air around me. The gallery seemed transformed, a tapestry woven with the threads of forgotten tales and unfulfilled destinies. As dusk descended, shadows weaved intricate patterns on the walls, casting light on details previously unnoticed. The pendant at Margaret's neck, a possible key holder. The subtle presence of a music box on the periphery, her hand poised near her heart, guarding a clandestine truth. In the hushed embrace of the gallery, I pondered the enigma that lay before me. Should I pursue the map, follow Margaret's spectral trail across the sea? The decision need not be immediate, for some mysteries unveil themselves only when the cosmic timing aligns. Reverently, I returned the letter to its sanctuary, transcribing its essence into my notebook as a whispered promise of future exploration. A faint melody, ethereal and fleeting, wafted through the air, a lullaby of forgotten origins, perhaps a figment of my imagination or a spectral echo from the gallery's depths. As I departed, the gaze of the portrait trailed after me, not with foreboding, but with an alluring invitation akin to an unread chapter in a timeless tome. I knew that I would return to this place of enigmas, to this dance with the unknown. Yet, for the present, I allowed the questions to drift through my mind like autumn leaves on tranquil waters, knowing that some truths are best unraveled in the realm of dreams. Story 27. Late one serene night, beneath a blanket of twinkling stars, I ventured into a forgotten observatory on the outskirts of a quiet town. Within its hushed chambers, where time seemed to linger and whispers of the past danced in the air, I stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a mural of eyes, intricately carved into a weathered wall. The celestial expanse outside blended with an ethereal glow within, as a gentle breeze carried the faint scent of ozone and ancient knowledge, hinting that the observatory itself was sentient, safeguarding cosmic enigmas from a distant epoch. Stepping across the threshold, the world around me hushed to a standstill. My flashlight cast a soft glow, illuminating the aged wooden floors that murmured softly beneath my weight, their patterns resembling frozen rivers under the pale moonlight. The silence held a weighty stillness, as if the very walls remembered countless nights spent gazing at the stars above. Progressing deeper into the circular chamber, my gaze was drawn to the abandoned instruments that lay scattered about. A grand telescope, tarnished with neglect, stood sentinel, its gaze fixed eternally towards the heavens through the open dome. Nearby, weathered papers lay strewn about, adorned with faded calculations and cryptic symbols that seemed to speak of a forgotten era. The eyes on the wall, once unsettling, now radiated a sense of quiet observation, as though they had borne witness to celestial wonders beyond comprehension. Some of the eyes were etched deeply into the stone, while others shimmered faintly, capturing and reflecting the starlight that filtered through the dome. A soft breeze stirred the dust, creating lazy spirals that danced in the moon's gentle glow. The aroma of aged books and metal mingled with a mysterious fragrance, redolent of meteor showers and the aurora borealis, weaving a tapestry of otherworldly sensations. In a secluded corner, an ancient desk beckoned to me, its surface adorned with star charts from ages long past. As I studied the charts, a peculiar realization dawned upon me. The constellations depicted on the oldest documents differed subtly from their modern counterparts. It was as if the stars themselves had shifted imperceptibly, rearranging the celestial canvas over time. The desk's drawers opened with a soft sigh, revealing leather-bound journals filled with elegant script. The entries spoke of eyes in the void and breathing stellar patterns, their words steeped in a language of cosmic mysteries. A gentle warmth emanated from the walls, a subtle vibration coursing through the ancient stone, as if the very observatory pulsed with a dormant energy. Time seemed to ebb and flow within those walls, minutes stretching into hours as I delved deeper into the observatory's secrets. The dome above creaked and adjusted itself, tracking an unseen point in the heavens with an eerie precision. In an entry from decades past, an astronomer had penned his encounter with a celestial anomaly, a being that observed Earth as intensely as Earth gazed back. The writer's hand had trembled, not from fear, but from a deep sense of recognition that transcended words. As the night waned, a profound revelation washed over me. The observatory was not abandoned, it had metamorphosed into something living, a conduit between mortal observers and cosmic entities. Seated at the ancient desk, I watched as the stars pirouetted above, the carved eyes in the walls pulsing in harmony with the celestial rhythms. The distinction between watcher and watched blurred, merging into a seamless dance of mutual observation. With the approaching dawn, I knew it was time to depart, yet I carried with me the wisdom gleaned from that night of mystique. The observatory had imparted its secret. The universe was not indifferent to our gazes. It watched us with eyes both chiseled and celestial. Casting a final glance back at the sentinel structure, I glimpsed its silent vigil against the emerging light, a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. Though I revisit the observatory sporadically, I never linger as I did on that inaugural night. The carved eyes remain, timeless in their watch, a testament to the enigmatic beauty of the cosmos. The ultimate truth I unearthed was that comprehension transcends words and logic. It resides in the quiet interstices between light and shadow, in the gentle thrum of ancient stones, and in the patient regard of eyes that have beheld the universe since time immemorial. The observatory's enigma was not meant to be unraveled, it was meant to be felt. a living testament to the allure of uncertainty, where some mysteries are best left veiled in the tender shroud of the unknown. Story 28, deep in the shadowy depths of a revered library, I stumbled upon a hidden alcove tucked away behind towering shelves of forgotten manuscripts. The soft, dim light filtering through a weathered window illuminated dusty tomes and ancient relics that murmured tales of bygone wisdom. The fragrance of leather-bound volumes and aged paper enveloped me, transporting me to a realm where knowledge seemed to whisper secrets to only the most inquisitive of spirits. As the vigilant night keeper of the library, I had grown accustomed to the gentle, nocturnal cadence of the building, the soft groans of wooden shelves settling, the murmurs of wind slipping through ancient ventilation shafts, and the faint ticking of the grand clock in the main hall. Yet this secluded nook felt distinct, as if it existed in a pocket of time untouched by the modern world beyond the library's weathered walls. Drawn to this sanctuary during my nightly patrols, I observed the moonlight casting ever-shifting patterns through an ornate lead-light window, painting the aged wooden floor with enigmatic symbols that seemed to echo forgotten alphabets. On still nights, a whisper of pages turning would caress my ears, though I remained solitary in this secluded enclave. One evening, while examining the books lining my sanctuary's walls, I discerned a peculiar arrangement. The smooth, weathered spines of the tomes, polished by centuries of reverent hands, seemed to weave a cryptic pattern when viewed from specific angles. The varying heights, subtle hues, and precise positioning hinted at a deliberate design beyond mere chance. I dedicated more time to studying these books, meticulously recording their positions and the dance of moonlight upon their ancient covers throughout the night. My flashlight's beam caught gilded lettering that seemed to shift with each passing hour, revealing fragments of text in unfamiliar languages. The air within the nook thickened with each nocturnal visit, laden with the weight of untold narratives. During my exploration, I encountered a peculiar volume that exuded a warmth as though freshly held by another reader. Its pages remained blank, yet under my flashlight's glow at the stroke of midnight, faint traces of shifting script tantalized my vision, disappearing before I could decipher their message. The tolls of the grand clock punctuated my deepening immersion into the nook's enigma. Incremental changes unfolded, books subtly shifting positions between my visits, the window framing night skies defying the building's orientation, and an eerie sensation of a phantom reader lingering at my shoulder. My fellow guards noted transformations within me as well. I spoke of the library's history with a newfound intimacy, as if I had witnessed its construction across the ages. Unfamiliar ancient tongues became comprehensible, and my dreams overflowed with vistas of boundless halls of knowledge stretching beyond the library's physical confines. The pinnacle of revelation arrived on a wintry night when the full moon bathed the air in crystalline clarity. Seated in my usual spot, a book cascaded from its shelf, unveiling a detailed chronicle of a clandestine society of librarians rumored to have unlocked the essence of preserving knowledge not merely in words, but within the very essence of space itself. They had fashioned sanctuaries akin to my Nook repositories where the boundary between reader and text, between past and present, blurred into one. Realization dawned upon me that I had become a part of a grander tapestry. The Nook had singled me out as it had others before, beckoning me into a lineage spanning centuries. The whispers I heard transcended mere echoes of an aged structure. They resonated with the voices of myriad readers who had sat in this very spot, contributing their insights to the collective wisdom enshrined within these hallowed walls. Now, as I pen this account in the soft radiance of my flashlight, I acknowledge my perpetual quest to fathom the true essence of this sanctuary. The Nook perseveres as an enigma, unfurling its mysteries in its own time, akin to words materializing on seemingly blank pages. Yet solace envelops me in the knowledge that within the depths of this ancient library lies a realm where realities meld, where knowledge flows ceaselessly, and where the act of reading transcends the confines of temporal and spatial bounds. I resume my nightly vigil, safeguarding both the library and its veiled wonders. The nook remains poised in its corner, prepared to embrace the next intrepid soul who chances upon its threshold. And on rare occasions, when the moon hangs just so and silence reigns supreme, I swear I discern the gentle rustle of pages, as if unseen readers partake in my watch, all united by the timeless enchantment of words and the enigmas they harbor. Story 29. As I wandered through a historic neighborhood, a twist in the path led me to a weathered iron gate adorned with intricate engravings. Time had worn away much of the details, yet the faint symbols seemed to whisper a tale of love and loss. The gate exuded a rusty scent that mingled with the crisp evening air, inviting me to run my hand along its aged surface. I could sense a hidden narrative woven into every curve and line, waiting to be unveiled. Beneath the canopy of twilight, the golden light filtered through the branches, casting a soft glow on the gate. Shadows danced playfully in the deeper grooves of the engravings, beckoning me to decipher their cryptic message. The cool touch of the metal carried the weight of years gone by, etched with the stories of those who had passed through. The patterns etched on the gate were more than mere decoration. They formed words in an elegant script intertwined with delicate designs of nature. Tracing my finger along the intricate lines, a subtle warmth crept through my hand, as if the gate held a secret warmth within its cold exterior. It was a sensation akin to touching a sun-warmed stone on a cool evening. Beyond the gate, a garden path vanished into the shadows, framed by ancient trees swaying gently in the breeze. The air was filled with the fragrance of fallen leaves, intermingled with a hint of old roses or lavender, though no blooms were in sight. Each time I tried to step away, my gaze was drawn back to the gate, captivated by its enchanting allure. A particular spiral in the metalwork led my eyes on a journey of discovery, unveiling a story that transcended time. The engraving seemed to shift and transform as darkness descended, revealing hidden messages and forgotten tales that danced before my eyes. Lost in the hypnotic patterns, I felt a connection to something ancient and profound. The tap of my umbrella against the gate broke the spell, resonating like a distant chime in the stillness of the evening. In that moment, a faint response echoed from the depths of the garden, a whisper carried on the wind that stirred the leaves in a silent dance. The engravings on the gate began to unfold fragments of a poignant narrative, a story of love and loss, growth and transformation. Scenes of embrace, blooming gardens, and barren winters flowed seamlessly, connected by threads of time that seemed to weave a tapestry of emotions and memories. As the night deepened, the streetlights bathed the gate in a warm glow, revealing hidden details and intricate nuances in the engravings. Each beam of light illuminated a new chapter in the story of the lovers who had once tended the garden beyond, their legacy immortalized in iron and rust. The gate stood not just as a boundary, but as a testament to enduring love and timeless devotion. The faded heart at its core symbolized not decay, but resilience, a love that transcended the passage of years and seasons, leaving behind a legacy of beauty and strength. A distant church bell tolled, merging with the whisper of the wind as a final benediction to the night. With a lingering gaze, I bid farewell to the gate, knowing that its mysteries would continue to unfold with each passing visit. As I turned to leave, a gentle pulse of warmth coursed through the metal beneath my touch, a heartbeat frozen in time, echoing the eternal love that had once flourished in the garden beyond. The story of the gate lingered in my mind as I made my way home through the dimming light, a reminder that some tales are meant to be felt rather than fully understood. The engravings held their secrets close, inviting each passerby to pause, to ponder, and to feel the echoes of a love that had endured the test of time. Story 30, along a rugged coastline, I found myself drawn to an abandoned lighthouse standing tall against crashing waves. Its faded red paint and crumbling stone emitted a quiet sorrow, as if it carried the weight of lost sailors and forgotten dreams. Amid the howling wind and salty sea air, a soft, melancholic whisper seemed to drift out from within, a sorrowful melody floating on the night breeze. I couldn't resist the pull and pulled over, my car's headlights casting long shadows on the weathered path leading to the lighthouse. Each step I took on the gravel path was deliberate, the evening air heavy with moisture and memories. Through the gathering dusk, delicate spirals of mist twirled around the tower's base, resembling ghostly fingers reaching upwards. To my surprise, the door was unlocked, opening with a gentle groan that harmonized with the mournful note of the whisper that lingered in the air. Inside, the scent of old wood and sea salt mingled with a sweeter aroma, perhaps remnants of lamp oil from years long past. Climbing the spiral staircase, my hand gliding along the cool metal railing, each footstep echoed with a hollow sound. The wooden steps, worn by the passage of time, creaked softly in acknowledgement of my presence. Through salt-crusted windows, I glimpsed the darkening sky painted in deep purples and blues, pulsating with an ethereal energy. The keeper's quarters just below the lantern room seemed frozen in time. Dust motes danced in the beam of my flashlight, creating galaxies of light. An open logbook on a wooden desk revealed entries from decades ago, and a rocking chair by the window swayed gently, defying the stillness of the air. Photographs adorned the walls, capturing the lighthouse at various times, each depicting a woman in a long dress gazing out to sea with a sense of longing. The whisper grew stronger as I ascended to the lantern room, carrying hints of yearning and patience, like a memory echoing through time. In the lantern room, the massive Fresnel lens gleamed, refracting the remaining twilight into a rainbow of colors. A hauntingly beautiful melody filled the space, evoking tears and an ache in my heart. It spoke of waiting, of lost ships, of love that endured beyond death. As the temperature plummeted, a presence enveloped me, carrying the scent of lavender and sea spray. In the lens's reflection, I glimpsed a woman in a pale dress, her eyes fixed on the horizon, yet she vanished when I turned to look. I descended slowly, the photographs now revealing the woman's face with clarity, her expression a mix of hope and resignation. I realized she had chosen to remain here, keeping her eternal watch. Sitting in my car, I watched the stars emerge above the lighthouse, the whisper no longer unsettling, but a gentle reminder of enduring love and duty. Sometimes on quiet nights, I still hear her melody, a tribute to her unwavering vigil over lost souls, her light shining in the darkness. Haunted not to frighten but to remind, this place taught me that love, duty, and memory are forces that transcend time, echoing softly through eternity like a whispered song. Story 31, The Enchanted Theater. Enthralled by an unexplainable impulse to wander, I ventured into an ancient theater nestled on the edge of town, its former grandeur now veiled in decay. The opulent balconies and velvet seats murmured tales of yesteryears filled with applause and theatrical flair. Stepping onto the time-worn stage, a faint, haunting voice caressed my ears, weaving lines tinged with sorrow and yearning. The sound lingered in the air, bouncing off the worn walls, blending with the musty fragrance of old curtains and forsaken dreams, casting doubt upon the emptiness of the theater. A soft autumn breeze whispered through invisible crevices, orchestrating a subtle symphony of rustling papers and distant murmurs. My footfalls hushed on the wooden stage, each step accompanied by a gentle sigh from the boards beneath me. The atmosphere carried a peculiar weight, as if traversing through layers of memories suspended in time. Overhead, the majestic chandelier hung in silence, its crystals cloaked in dust, yet occasionally capturing fleeting rays of light filtering through the lofty windows, painting delicate patterns that danced upon the walls. Intrigued, I gravitated towards the stage wing where forgotten props lay under sheets resembling undulating waves in the dim light. The ethereal voice, now a mere whisper, seemed to emanate from this direction. Amidst the abandoned set pieces, I stumbled upon an ancient dressing room mirror, its surface veiled with age yet emitting an otherworldly gleam. As I drew near, the ambient temperature dropped, a chill settling in, though not unpleasantly so. The mirror pulsed with a mysterious energy that defied explanation. Within its reflection, I glimpsed movements distinct from my own, like phantoms of performers from eras long past honing their craft. The voice grew slightly louder, a feminine timbre, perhaps reciting lines from what appeared to be a tragic love story. Her words held a melodic quality, both soothing and mournful. Time seemed to warp within this space, minutes stretching into hours as I delved deeper, uncovering crumbling playbills and costumes redolent of a faint perfume. The voice continued its soft soliloquy, guiding me through the forgotten nooks of the theater. In the orchestra pit, aged sheet music lay strewn across ancient stands, the notes faded yet discernible, as if awaiting musicians to resurrect them. As dusk approached, the shifting light filtering through the windows altered, casting elongated shadows that seemed to move with deliberate intent across the seats. The voice gained strength, though never rising above a hushed murmur. I found myself seated in one of the better preserved velvet chairs, observing as dust particles pirouetted in the waning sunlight. The theater pulsated around me, its walls expanding and contracting with the weight of myriad narratives. In this moment of serenity, I comprehended that the voice did not address any specific individual, it was the theater itself, reminiscing. Each syllable carried shards of bygone performances, of standing ovations and tearful farewells, of opening nights and final curtain calls. The voice's gentle cadence interlaced these memories into a fragile tapestry, enveloping me in a cocoon of nostalgia. As night descended, a new depth enveloped the voice. It seemed to emanate from all directions and none simultaneously, imbuing the space with a warm resonance that made the air thrum with subtle energy. The words grew clearer, yet their essence remained just beyond reach, akin to recalling a dream upon awakening. The chandelier above captured the moonlight, casting prismatic refractions that glided like northern lights across the ceiling. I teetered between wakefulness and slumber, the voice serving as a soothing lullaby. The boundary between reality and dreams blurred further. In these twilight moments of awareness, I fancied I could discern the phantom audience, their silhouettes hinted by the interplay of moonlight and shadow. They sat in reverent silence, as captivated by the voice as I. As night deepened, a profound tranquility enveloped the space. The voice began to fade, not abruptly but gradually, like a tide ebbing away. Its departure left a sense of gratitude lingering, as if my presence had acknowledged and validated the tales enshrined within these walls. The theater settled, creaking and sighing like an old companion readying for slumber. When I finally stirred to depart, the voice had dwindled to a memory, a faint echo in my mind. Yet the theater felt transformed, more vibrant, despite its abandonment. With each step towards the exit, the aged floorboards protested softly, underscoring that certain places never truly empty. They merely await, cradling their narratives until someone willing to listen arrives. Even now, months later, I am occasionally drawn back to that theater in the twilight hours. The voice persists, sometimes a mere whisper, a gentle nudge that behind every veil and beneath every layer of dust, stories yearn to be heard by those who pause to listen. The theater endures as a refuge where the boundary between past and present blurs, and where memories pirouette like dust motes in the moonlight, forever preserved in the soft echoes of that enigmatic voice. Story 32. In the depths of my attic, among forgotten relics of yesteryears, I stumbled upon an ancient radio. Its dial bore the marks of time, and its speakers lay silent until one hushed evening when it stirred to life unexpectedly. From the crackling static emerged faint, fragmented voices and distant melodies, carrying with them the melancholic aroma of aged metal and forsaken dreams. Each note felt like a delicate whisper from a past yearning to be remembered. Intrigued, I found myself irresistibly drawn to the attic after that fateful night. The space exuded a peculiar charm, with dust motes pirouetting in slender moonlit beams that filtered through a small window. The aged wooden floorboards murmured softly underfoot as I ventured towards the corner where the radio perched on a weathered oak table, its mahogany surface dulled by years of steadfast service. Every dusk, as the sky painted itself in serene watercolors, I settled into the worn leather armchair beside the radio. The routine became as natural as breathing, tuning the brass dial, observing the gentle glow of the vacuum tubes casting an amber light, and waiting. Sometimes the radio remained silent, offering only the soothing hiss of static reminiscent of a gentle rainfall. Yet on certain mystical nights, when the air brimmed with potential, something wondrous unfolded. The music would trickle forth, not abruptly, but with a gradual unfurling from the white noise, akin to a photograph slowly developing in a dark room. The melodies were unlike any I had ever heard, waltzes wafting through the air, jazz pieces whispering of long-forgotten smoke-filled rooms, and at times voices singing in unknown languages that somehow resonated deep within. One particular autumn evening, as the wind whispered through the trees outside, a shift occurred in the radio's transmission. Amidst the musical interludes, discernible words surfaced, soft and distinct. Remember the garden, remember the dance, remember the promise. The voice bore no discernible gender or age, yet it emanated a warmth that tingled my skin with familiarity. I commenced documenting these enigmatic transmissions in a journal, noting lunar phases, weather patterns, and any semblance of order I could discern. The pages burgeoned with descriptions of songs that seemed to echo my thoughts, of voices recounting memories I had never lived but felt intimately acquainted with. The radio appeared privy to truths about my past, my aspirations, the silent yearnings I harbored unshared. As winter descended, veiling the world in lengthening nights and earlier shadows, the attic grew colder, though I remained enveloped in the cocoon of sound that the radio spun. At times I would drift off in the armchair, only to rouse hours later, finding the radio still softly murmuring, its melodic transmissions intertwining with my dreams. In the liminal realm between slumber and wakefulness, I could almost glimpse the elusive figures behind the voices, their forms flickering like smoke in the dimness. The most extraordinary broadcast unfolded on a night cloaked in snowfall, where the world slumbered under a shroud of white silence. The radio addressed me directly, recounting details of my childhood long relegated to oblivion: the hue of my first bicycle, the name of a cherished pet, the melody my grandmother hummed whilst baking. Rather than evoking fear, a profound tranquility enveloped me, as if I were gently reminded of my true essence. With the passage of months, subtle shifts colored my daily existence. Hues appeared more vibrant, memories sharper, dreams pregnant with significance. The radio's influence transcended its enigmatic broadcasts as if it were rousing something dormant within me. I found myself humming tunes unknown to me, yet resonating as familiar as my own heartbeat. On nights when the radio fell silent for stretches, amidst the hush, I pondered the fabric of reality itself. How many veils of existence enveloped us, unseen yet palpable? How many frequencies of life harmonized concurrently just beyond our mundane perception? The radio ceased to be a mere apparatus. Instead, it transformed into a portal, offering glimpses into realms that mirrored our own. I refrained from dissecting the radio or deciphering its mechanics. An intuition nudged me that its enchantment, should it be deemed so, dwelled not in its components, but in the liminal space between reality and imagination. Perhaps it wasn't the radio that proved extraordinary, but rather its ability to attune me to frequencies latent within myself. Presently, as I pen this narrative, the radio persists in its nocturnal serenades. Its enigmas endure unsolved, yet I've gleaned that certain queries hold more worth than their resolutions. In the tranquil static between melodies, in the murmured words that might be messages or memories, I've unearthed a distinct brand of truth, one that speaks not to the intellect, but to the soul that recalls what it has never experienced. The amber radiance of the vacuum tubes has transfigured into my beacon in the night, and the soft crackle of its speaker orchestrates the score to my dreams. Ere slumber claims me, I sometimes muse if elsewhere another soul tunes into their enigmatic radio, catching echoes of my life as I do theirs, all of us entwined by invisible waves of sound and remembrance, waltzing perpetually through the night. Story 33, The Secret Rhyme of the City. In the dim evening light, as I wandered through the intricate urban labyrinth, a peculiar rhyme caught my attention etched onto a weathered brick wall. The verses, though faded, carried a rhythmic cadence that seemed to echo with a haunting melody. The cool air was tinged with the scent of rain on concrete, and it felt as though the city itself was whispering an ancient secret meant only for those willing to listen. Approaching the wall, I ran my fingers along the rough, aged bricks. The words seemed to pulse beneath my touch, their ink existing in a surreal state between the present and memory. A gentle breeze swept through the narrow street, carrying the soft rustle of fallen leaves and distant echoes of life. It was then that I noticed the curious pattern of the rhyme. Each line appeared to be written in subtly different handwriting, as if penned by various hands over time. Some letters flowed with elegant curves, while others were sharp and precise, yet they all merged in an uncanny harmony. As the street lamps flickered to life, casting warm shadows that danced across the wall, I reached for my phone to illuminate the text. To my surprise, the words seemed to shift under the artificial light, rearranging themselves when viewed through the screen. I blinked, unsure if my eyes were deceiving me. In the deepening darkness, I began to commit the verses to memory. They settled in my mind effortlessly, as if they had always resided there, waiting to be recalled rather than learned. The rhyme spoke of shadowy companions walking beside us, memories dwelling in the spaces between moments, and a music only the walls could hear. Night after night, I found myself drawn back to that enigmatic wall. Sometimes in dreams, sometimes in waking hours, the verses surfaced in my thoughts. I observed others passing by, their hands tracing the bricks just as mine had done. Some would pause, their expressions distant, as if attuned to a melody just beyond my grasp. As weeks passed, similar verses began appearing on other walls scattered throughout the city, each one connected like verses in a never-ending poem. The handwriting styles remained consistent, a mix of authors weaving a cryptic message across the urban landscape. I began documenting my discoveries, capturing each new inscription through photographs. Yet the images always turned out slightly blurred, as if resisting being fully captured. The deeper I delved into this mystery, the more I noticed subtle shifts in my perception. Street sounds took on a rhythmic quality, the hum of traffic harmonizing into distant melodies. Even the rain seemed to fall in measured beats, tapping out messages in a language almost comprehensible. On tranquil nights, I would stand before the original wall where I first encountered the rhyme. The words neither faded nor grew clearer. They lingered in that twilight realm between reality and imagination. Occasionally, others would join me, strangers drawn by an inexplicable force. We stood in silence, sharing a silent understanding. The rhyme hinted at a time when cities held memories, walls whispered stories, and streets sang with the echoes of countless souls. It revealed a hidden realm existing alongside our own, visible only to those who paused to listen. Some nights I could swear I heard a soft hum emanating from the bricks themselves, a gentle lullaby woven from urban echoes and forgotten dreams. With the changing seasons, the words seemed to adapt to their surroundings, shimmering in summer, flowing in autumn rains, and crystallizing in winter frost. Even now I visit the wall regularly, though I have long memorized every word of the rhyme. Occasionally I notice new lines added between the old, the family of handwriting evolving. I have never witnessed anyone writing on the wall, yet the poem continues to evolve, a testament to the collective consciousness. What captivates me most is how the rhyme affects each individual differently. Some depart with serene smiles, while others bear a pensive gaze that lingers for days. Many return repeatedly, drawn by an unspoken invitation to uncover more within those ancient words. The mystery of the rhyme remains unsolved, and perhaps that is as it should be. In a world where technology and science unravel countless secrets, there is solace in the knowledge that some mysteries endure in the spaces between streetlights, in the whispers of brick and mortar, in the persistent words that resist complete comprehension. As night descends and the city settles into its nocturnal rhythm, I often ponder the unknown authors whose handwriting interweaves on the wall. Are they still out there, adding to their endless poem? Do they walk these streets like I do, seeking that hidden melody? Perhaps we have crossed paths, linked by invisible threads of shared understanding, all part of a tale that continues to inscribe itself in the margins of our urban existence. Story 34. On a peculiarly cool night, I ventured into an empty train yard at the outskirts of the town. Amidst rusty rails and silent, decaying locomotives, a solitary light flickered sporadically from an aged signal tower. The metallic scent of rust mingled with the musty aroma of damp concrete, and that flickering glow pulsed like a heartbeat in the shadows, whispering of untold tales from journeys halted in time's embrace. The gravel whispered softly beneath my feet as I traversed the yard, each step accompanied by the gentle breath of wind through vacant train cars. The air held a peculiar tranquility, the kind that settles in places forsaken by the passage of time. Moths twirled around the few functioning lampposts, their wings casting delicate shadows that danced across weathered metal surfaces. I found myself inexplicably drawn to the lone blinking light in the tower, its rhythm neither steady nor chaotic, but purposeful in its enigmatic cadence. The pattern evoked a sense of familiarity, akin to an elusive memory or a half-forgotten reverie. Drawing nearer, I observed how the adjacent windows of the tower remained shrouded in darkness, amplifying the significance of that singular illumination. The door to the tower stood slightly ajar, its hinges emitting a mournful groan as a gust of wind nudged it open. Inside, the air carried a weighty anticipation, charged with an electric energy that prickled the hairs on my arms. The wooden stairs protested beneath my weight, each creak releasing the faint perfume of aged timber and decades-old dust. Ascending to the top floor, I entered an antiquated control room brimming with obsolete machinery. Switches, levers, and dial gauges adorned the walls, their brass and copper fixtures dimmed by years of neglect. Yet what captivated my gaze was the origin of that mystifying light, an ancient signal lamp that should have been powerless, yet persisted in its mesmerizing pulse. As I observed, a remarkable phenomenon unfolded before me. The light's pulsations began to synchronize with the gentle rhythm of my breath, as though responding to my presence. The ambience of the room shifted subtly, and I felt an inexplicable bond with this forgotten realm. The cool breeze carried whispers of conversations long silenced, the spectral echoes of train whistles, and the phantom commotion of travelers who had traversed this yard in bygone eras. Nestling into an antiquated operator's chair, I found myself entranced by the interplay of light and shadow across the control panel. The rhythmic flickering appeared to narrate a tale of solitary nights, of signals dispatched into the unknown, of connections forged and severed. My fingertips traced the weathered edges of the control panel, and I swore I could sense the lingering warmth of hands that had toiled here decades ago. Time ebbed away as I sat there, enveloped in the gentle pulse of light and the mellifluous symphony of nocturnal melodies. The distant call of an owl melded with the whisper of wind through shattered windows, crafting a lullaby of solitude. I discerned the shifting pattern of the light, evolving into a more intricate design akin to a cipher. At that moment, a realization washed over me, sending a delicate shiver down my spine. I wasn't merely observing the light, it was observing me. Not menacingly, but with the patient curiosity of something ancient and sentient. The glow of the signal lamp seemed to extend, casting warm tendrils of light that etched stories on the walls and shadows of Morse code. As the night deepened, I stumbled upon logbooks filled with faded script, documenting the trains that had passed through, each entry more captivating than the last. The concluding notation, dated many decades past, simply stated, "The light knows the way home." Beneath it, a series of dots and dashes had been meticulously inscribed, a message I couldn't decipher, yet comprehended in my heart. When I eventually departed the tower hours later, the light persisted in its steadfast pulse behind me. I harbored a certainty that I would revisit, lured back by the enigma of that singular beacon in the obscurity. Sometimes on hushed nights, I find myself synchronizing my breath with the remembered rhythm of that light, pondering if somewhere in that forsaken yard, it continues to blink its age-old missive into the night. The narrative of the flickering light remains unresolved in my thoughts, akin to a half-recalled dream. Perhaps that's the essence of it. Certain mysteries are meant to be sensed rather than unraveled, their essence not in their solution, but in the queries they leave lingering in our minds, gentle as moth wings against a window pane. Story 35. On a dreary afternoon, amidst the stack of mundane mail, I stumbled upon an unmarked envelope. Its mysterious presence beckoned me to unveil its contents. With a delicate touch, I unfolded the aged paper, revealing words penned in a script that evoked a sense of nostalgia, despite being foreign to my memory. The faint fragrance of old ink mingled with the sweet essence of lavender, enveloping the room in a tranquil embrace, stirring a curiosity within me that questioned the very essence of my past. The paper, weathered by time, felt fragile between my fingertips, each crease telling a silent tale of its journey. Outside, raindrops tapped softly against the window, creating a hypnotic melody that synchronized with the rhythm of my own heartbeat. The warm glow of my reading lamp cast a soft amber light, illuminating the elegant cursive script before me, as if it danced to an unseen melody. "My dearest friend," the letter commenced, its words weaving a tapestry of a shared history that eluded my conscious recollection. References to a summer house where supposedly cherished days were spent painted a vivid image in my mind. Despite the absence of any concrete memories, I could almost feel the warmth of the sun on my skin and hear the gentle ebb and flow of waves in the distance. Beside me, the crackling fireplace whispered tales of comfort, adding a soothing backdrop to the unfolding narrative. With each sentence, a cascade of unfamiliar yet oddly familiar memories flooded my consciousness. The scent of sea air and freshly cut grass, the sensation of smooth floorboards beneath bare feet, the soft rustle of cotton curtains and a gentle breeze all whispered to me from the pages of the letter. Descriptions of afternoon teas in delicate china cups adorned with blue flowers, of hushed conversations amidst ever-blooming roses in a timeless garden, and of a mysterious locked room on the upper floor unraveled before me. Each detail etched itself into my mind, growing more vivid and tangible with every passing word, yet I knew deep down that these experiences were not my own. As I turned to the second page, my feline companion nestled in my lap, her contented purring grounding me in the present moment as my thoughts wandered through these phantom recollections. The script remained steady and graceful, narrating scenes that now felt as real as the chair I sat upon. Strolls through mist-laden gardens at dawn, shadows dancing in candlelit rooms, the distant echo of piano music without a visible pianist. The familiar creak of wooden floorboards beneath me momentarily transported me to a place that existed only in the realms of memory, the distinct nocturnal sighs of ancient floorboards in the summer house. The fragrance of lavender intensified, permeating the air and weaving a tapestry of memories that seemed to belong to another lifetime, or perhaps another version of myself. The letter's author divulged shared secrets, whispered confidences, and promises exchanged in the silence of intimate conversations. Mentions of a locket, supposedly a constant adornment around my neck, housing a photograph of two enigmatic figures standing before a grand estate, stirred a phantom sensation on my skin, though reality contradicted its existence. Outside, the rain continued its gentle serenade, its whispers now carrying elusive messages that eluded my grasp. Tales of rainy afternoons spent in the library of the summer house, surrounded by books whose titles shifted in the periphery of vision, stirred a sense of déjà vu that transcended rational understanding. Approaching the final page, the ink appeared to fade, as if the words themselves sought to blend into the tapestry of memories they had woven. The author recounted a pivotal choice made in unison, a decision that held the power to reshape reality itself. A clandestine ritual beneath a moon casting unnatural shadows, performed in the garden at midnight, marked a turning point in the narrative. The letter concluded with a cryptic wisdom that lingered in the air like a whisper of forgotten dreams. Remember, dear friend, that memories are fluid, shaped by the stories we choose to embrace. This letter may offer a new narrative or serve as a reminder of the one you chose to forget. Signed with an enigmatic initial that eluded definitive deciphering, the missive held a sense of enigma that mirrored the enigma of the memories it invoked. As I delicately folded the letter, returning it to its time-worn envelope, a reflection in the window glass caught my eye. In the soft lamplight, for a fleeting moment, I glimpsed a visage that mirrored my own yet bore an unfamiliar gaze, a specter of familiarity shrouded in mystery. The rain subsided, the scent of lavender dissipated, and I reverently stored the letter away, knowing that the essence of my memories, be they real or imagined, chosen or bestowed, had undergone a subtle transformation. Drifting into slumber in the embrace of my favorite armchair, the distant echoes of waves and piano melodies serenaded my dreams, accompanied by the phantom weight of a non-existent locket against my skin. And as the night enveloped me in its embrace, I surrendered to the enigmatic allure of a narrative that blurred the boundaries between reality and illusion. Story 36, in the heart of an abandoned mansion, untouched by time's relentless march, I found myself enveloped in a silence that pulsed with a mysterious life of its own. The grand foyer greeted me with its faded opulence, where portraits, their features obscured by dust, and tattered drapes whispered tales of bygone eras. Each creak of the decaying floorboards, each faint breath of wind through shattered windows, carried echoes of untold stories, beckoning me to listen, to unravel the secrets buried within the walls. As the late afternoon light filtered through the worn curtains, casting elongated shadows that danced upon the faded wallpaper, I ventured further into the depths of the mansion. My footsteps, soft and reverent, mingled with the gentle descent of dust motes swirling in the air around me. The scent of aged wood and forgotten memories mingled in the air, while the distant rustling of branches against glass wove a delicate melody through the silence. A sweeping staircase, once a symbol of grandeur, now stood as a testament to time's unyielding passage. I ascended, my hand trailing along the weathered banister, and a peculiar sensation tingled through my fingertips. The dust beneath them vanished, revealing pristine sections that gleamed as if freshly polished. The wood, though cool to the touch, radiated a warmth that defied the surrounding chill. The second floor unveiled a corridor flanked by closed doors, each exuding a distinct aura of anticipation. The temperature shifted subtly as I passed, some areas enveloping me in a gentle warmth, others sending shivers down my spine with pockets of cool air. One door, slightly ajar, offered a glimpse into an old study bathed in the golden hues of sunset. Rows of books lined the walls, their faded spines hinting at the knowledge they contained. A desk, cloaked in a thin layer of dust save for a pristine circle, stood at the room's center, as though awaiting an occupant's return. As I approached the desk, the floorboards sighed beneath me, and the chair, turned askew, suggested a recent departure. Within the dust-free circle, a faint impression of words emerged, visible only in the right light. We never truly leave. The descending sun cast elongated shadows across the study, and the room's atmosphere shifted subtly, as if stirred by unseen hands. The air moved in gentle currents, books rustled softly, and the space seemed to hum with an otherworldly energy. Seated at the desk, I traced the intricate patterns in the wood, feeling the room's warmth envelop me in a comforting embrace. Ambient sounds wove a tapestry of whispers and creaks, a language just beyond comprehension. Time lost its grip within those walls, minutes melting into hours as the darkness outside deepened. The dust motes, caught in the fading light, danced in mesmerizing patterns, hinting at secrets just beyond reach. As night descended, a soft luminescence emanated from the dust-free circle on the desk, pulsing with a rhythm that mirrored a heartbeat. The words "we never truly leave" shimmered in the darkness, beckoning me closer. Without hesitation, I placed my hand within the glowing circle, and a profound tranquility washed over me, merging with the symphony of whispers that filled the room. When I rose to depart, I realized my watch had ceased its ticking at some unseen moment. The mansion's darkness, once a void, now felt like a presence, a silent guardian watching over the stories it held within its walls. As I retraced my steps through the hallway and descended the staircase, I understood that the mansion's silence was not empty, but brimming with untold narratives, yearning to be heard by a willing listener. In moments of solitude, echoes of that musical silence find me, a reminder that spaces retain more than memories. They harbor fragments of souls that linger, waiting to be acknowledged in the quiet recesses of dust and shadows. And perhaps one day I will return to that mansion, to once again sit in the study as twilight falls and listen to the whispers of those who never truly left. Story 37. On a serene night, as a sudden downpour painted the world in shades of gray, I ventured outside to fetch my umbrella. There, amid the symphony of raindrops drumming on the pavement and the cool embrace of the moist air, I noticed a peculiar sight, a trail of muddy footprints snaking away from my doorstep. Each print, a silent storyteller of an unspoken visitor's fleeting presence, beckoned me with an enigmatic allure that stirred both curiosity and a whisper of unease in my soul. Beneath the soft glow of the porch light, I stood entranced, watching as the raindrops delicately blurred the edges of those muddy imprints, morphing them into ghostly, indistinct shapes against the slick concrete canvas. The rain cascaded in gentle, hypnotic waves, casting a spell of tranquility that hushed the usual evening cacophony. My breath danced in wispy tendrils in the chilly air as I pondered the mysterious marks before me. These footprints, neither the size nor the shape of any shoes I possessed, bore a haunting familiarity. They seemed crafted with meticulous intent, each step a deliberate placement in a dance of secrecy. What captivated me most was the subtle shimmer that adorned them in the dim light, as if they held fragments of moonlight within their muddy depths. Compelled by an inexplicable pull, I embarked on a silent journey, my own footsteps whispering softly against the damp earth, harmonizing with the rain's gentle patter on my coat. A heady aroma of wet earth mingled with a sweet, nostalgic fragrance reminiscent of old books and withered flowers, weaving a tapestry of scents that enveloped me in a comforting embrace. The trail led me through my garden, where rain-kissed leaves and petals glistened like delicate pearls strung on emerald threads. Night-blooming jasmine unfurled its blossoms, releasing a haunting perfume that mingled with the misty air. The footprints wove through the foliage with uncanny precision, treading lightly as if guided by unseen hands that knew the path intimately. As I pursued the mysterious trail, a subtle anomaly caught my eye. The raindrops hesitated, suspended momentarily in midair before alighting on the ground, creating fleeting orbs of liquid magic. Such ephemeral beauty would have eluded me had I not been attuned to the subtle whispers of nature's mysteries. The garden's labyrinthine paths led me to a small clearing where the footprints coalesced into a perfect circle, as if the elusive visitor had pirouetted in a silent ballet. Within this mystical ring, the grass seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly luminescence, each blade swaying to an ethereal melody that eluded my ears. Nailing, I grazed my fingertips over the silvery blades, feeling a gentle thrum that resonated through my being. The rain's serenade persisted, a steady rhythm punctuating the enigmatic dance of nature. Yet within the circle, each droplet sang a soft, melodic tune as it descended, adding to the enchantment that enveloped me. Rising, I discovered the footprints continuing beyond the circle, their once defined outlines now fading into obscurity, as if their creator was gradually shedding corporeal form. The sweet, enigmatic scent intensified, mingling with the rain's embrace in a symphony of tranquility that settled over me like a whispered secret. Pursuing the fainter trail led me to the ancient oak tree at the garden's edge, its colossal branches outstretched like sentinels guarding a timeless secret. The footprints vanished at the tree's base, or perhaps ascended its gnarled trunk, merging with the natural patterns of bark in a dance of shadow and rain. Placing my palm against the oak's damp bark, I sensed a gentle pulsing, akin to a slumbering heartbeat echoing through its ancient core. Rivulets of rain meandered down its weathered trunk, forming fleeting patterns that danced in a cryptic language, dissolving before my eyes could decipher their message. In that moment, a subtle shift in the atmosphere heralded a mystical transformation. The air crackled with an ethereal energy, pregnant with the promise of a hidden revelation. Raindrops fell in intricate patterns, orchestrating a ballet of illumination and shadow that mirrored an unseen melody. Though the silent visitor remained elusive that fateful night, their ethereal presence had woven a tapestry of magic within my familiar garden, infusing it with a sense of wonder and mystery. Even upon my return to the shelter of my home, shaking raindrops from my coat, I carried remnants of their essence, a lingering fragrance that clung to me for days, a whisper of a secret shared between raindrops. During quiet, rainy nights, a haunting allure beckons me outside, a yearning to uncover fresh footprints tracing through my garden's verdant embrace. Though the visitor eludes my gaze, a subtle transformation has settled over the rain's cadence, the garden's growth, and the ancient oak's sway in the mist-laden breeze. The silent visitor bequeathed more than mere footprints. They gifted a gentle enigma that continues to unfurl with each rain-laden breath. As I pen these words by lamplight, witnessing another storm's approach, a notion lingers in my mind. Perhaps the visitor did not pass through but lingered, weaving themselves into the very fabric of this sacred place. In the hush of night, as rain's lullaby serenades me to slumber, I swear I detect distant footsteps echoing in harmony with the rain's cadence, as if a spectral wanderer still roams my garden, leaving no trace but their ethereal essence. Story 38. On a misty night by the coast, I found myself drawn to an old pier that reached out into the murky, restless waters. Etched into a weathered beam were intricate symbols, softly glowing under the moon's pale gaze. The sea air carried a hint of enigma, and as my fingers traced the markings, I sensed a connection to a long-buried secret beneath the waves. The rhythmic sound of waves caressing worn pillars created a soothing melody, beckoning me into a tranquil reverie. Standing there, I noticed how the wooden planks seemed to murmur beneath my feet, echoing the footsteps of bygone years. The air was heavy with the scent of salt and aged wood, mingling with a deeper essence, evoking memories of ancient tomes and forgotten chambers. Night after night, I found myself returning to that pier, lured by an inexplicable force. With each visit, the mysterious symbols unveiled new intricacies, curves that danced in the moonlight, lines that weaved different tales with the changing tides. The gentle creak of the planks became a familiar companion, a whispered dialogue between the sea and the structure daring to breach its realm. During my fifth visit, a peculiar warmth enveloped the marked beam, contrasting the cool coastal breeze. When I pressed my palm against it, the wood pulsed with a gentle heat, synchronizing with my heartbeat in a subtle dance. The fog often thickened as I studied the symbols, wrapping me in a cocoon of tranquility where time flowed with a gentle cadence. Amidst the embrace of mist, distant sounds faded into a hushed symphony, creating an intimate sanctuary where whispers of the sea intertwined with my thoughts. On a particularly serene night, as I sat beside the marked beam, I observed the water below, eerily still like polished obsidian, revealing graceful shadows moving with a purpose unbeknownst to me. The symbols began to seep into my dreams, transforming into maps of uncharted lands or flowing beneath my touch like living script. Keeping a journal, I sketched the symbols as they appeared, noting their subtle metamorphosis with each lunar cycle. Weeks passed, revealing a truth others visiting the pier remained oblivious to the markings, their gaze gliding past as if blind to the enigmatic language etched before them. The turning point arrived with the new moon. In the absence of lunar light, the symbols radiated a soft phosphorescence, casting a tranquil glow that ebbed like hidden currents. The warm pulsing within the wood intensified, and the humming beneath the pier grew clearer, carrying melodies akin to ancient chants. Curious artifacts began to materialize near the marked beam, stones adorned with spirals, shards of shimmering shells emitting an inner light, strands of silvery seaweed forming intricate patterns. Each object held a cryptic message, their significance veiled in mystery. Now, as I pen these words, I realize I've become intertwined with the enigma that resides here. The symbols manifest beyond the pier in bathroom mirror condensation, rain-kissed window patterns, and swirling cream in morning coffee. No longer mere signs to decipher, they represent a dialogue I am slowly attuning to. The pier transcends its physical form, becoming a threshold bridging the known and the arcane. The gentle enigma of the markings unfolds ceaselessly, offering glimpses of a narrative never fully unveiled, yet captivating enough to draw me back night after night to that juncture where the ordinary converges with the ancient, patient depths beyond human grasp. Some mysteries, I've learned, are meant to be felt rather than solved. The pier's symbols have taught me to find solace in ambiguity, to embrace the alluring call of the unknown. As I sit here now, enveloped by rolling fog and the familiar warmth pulsing beneath my touch, I comprehend that unraveling this mystery is not my fate. Instead, I am to weave my own chapter into the timeless tale whispered in this liminal realm where land and sea converge, adding my essence to an ancient narrative that transcends mortal comprehension.